Clinic. Call today for an appointment today. And by the Northeast Ohio Ford dealers. Tribe like a bunch of caged animals. They want out of that dugout. They want at those Boston Red Sox. They are primed for a potential sweep tonight here at the ballpark, trying to run their record to 30-30 on the year. That's where they'll be if they win, back to that 500 mark, which has been so elusive. The last time the Indians were 500, they were 11-11. So it's been a while.
Didn't you say the other day that 6 times they got to 2 under, and every time they got to that number, they ended up losing up until last night.
The previous five. Yeah, they lost, but last night they turned it, went the other way, and now a chance to take all 3 from Boston. Pitchers are in the dugout, so we're just waiting for Corey Kluber to take the field, and the Indians will be ready to get this game underway.
Whenever 2-8 gets ready, it's his game.
Sad note earlier today, Don Zimmer passed away at the age of 83. Longtime baseball man, senior advisor of the Tampa Bay Rays baseball ops, and native of Cincinnati, Ohio, so he's an Ohio guy through and through, and he will be missed. But the good news is his son Tom said he went peacefully, and good for him because he had a long, beautiful life in the game of baseball.
A sad day for baseball, period. He was a good man, and he was a baseball lifer. And Don, we're going to miss you, and we hope your family the best.
All right, Corey Kluber on the hill for Cleveland, and let's take a look at John Farrell's starting 9. It's brought to you by Toyota. Brock Holt once again will lead it off. Xander Bogaerts will bat in the 2 spot. Then it's Dustin Pedroia. David Ortiz, cleanup. A.J. Pierzynski, 5th. Grady Sizemore will bat 6th. Then it's Stephen Drew. Daniel Nava getting his first start in the series. Jackie Bradley Jr. will hit 9th.
GMC starting pitcher is Corey Kluber. Kluber making his 13th start. He does not have a win against the Boston Red Sox. He's 0-1 in his career against them. He started 2 games. Last time he pitched against them was a gem in Fenway Park, if you remember. He went out there and he struck out 10 batters. He allowed 3 hits in 6 2/3. The bullpen gave it up, and he got a no decision, but he certainly pitched good enough to win. He'll be looking to a little revenge here in his home ballpark tonight. 3-1 this year at home. Let's check out the Kia defense behind him. It'll be Brantley in left, Bourne is in center, Murphy in right, Aviles at third, Cabrera is at short, Kipnis at second, Chisenhall at first, with Gomes doing the catching.
Quinn Walcott will call the balls and strikes. Greg Gibson at first, Phil Cuzzy at second, and the crew chief Jerry Davis down at third. So we are ready to go as Brock Holt steps in for Boston.
Well, let me get rid of our birthdays because they've waited long enough. Fran Saxa is 88. Thelma Whitehair of Sheridsville, Ohio is 90. And Bob Meek of Alliance is 81. Happy birthday. You can now go to bed.
Well, you might want to stay up for a little longer since it's your birthday and all.
Well, if they were waiting to hear their names, they had to wait a while.
Holt steps in. Kluber ready to go. He's into the line. And we are underway with the first pitch strike. Upstairs. Kluber with a 1-1. A little breaking ball misses outside. We had a rain delay officially of 2 hours and 28 minutes.
Well, it's a Corey Kluber start.
A liner to second, caught by Kipnis, 1 away.
Didn't he have a few rain delays early in this season when he was getting ready to start?
And last year, he missed
the rain man.
He was the guy that kept getting bumped and moved back, skipped. Up comes Xander Bogaerts. This guy's been impressive. In the series, he's gone 4 for 8. He's hit 2 home runs.
Yeah, he has been swinging the bat very well. He's been a lot of their offense in this series.
Kind of a guy who swings with the intent on hitting line drives, but has enough power to drive it out of the ballpark, too.
Yeah, in both areas, right center as well.
Upstairs, 1-1. Ball hit in the air, and Michael Bourne settles under that. 2 down. Just underway tonight here in Cleveland. Both of these teams are off tomorrow. The Indians will spend the day off here at home and then fly down to Arlington to open up a 4-game series against the Rangers on Friday, while Boston heads to the Motor City. And they've got a series with the Tigers starting on Friday. Yeah,
wrap around for the Texas Rangers for the Indians. First time we get a day game on Sunday there, when normally you would leave. Nuh-uh. We got to play a Monday night game.
Here's the 1-0. Pedroia takes again. It's upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Swung on and missed. It was good pitch by Kluber. I believe that was that cutter. Sometimes it looks a little bit like a slider.
Yeah, he has a good one. That is the cutter. That slider breaks a little bit more, but you can see the good depth in that pitch that goes down a little. Great 2-0 pitch.
Fastball, straight 4-seamer, and a little low. 3-1.
Check this one out on our Nissan pitch tracker. Just a little downstairs.
Right back up the middle, and it's through. Kluber had a shot at it, but it got by him, and once it did, it was ticketed for center field.
Yeah, his arm wasn't long enough as he reached back across his body. He's falling off towards the first base side, and when he came across his body, he was about a foot short. Had the glove, he saw everything, and just couldn't get it back in time. So base hit for Pedroia up the middle. He got the pitch he wanted. He got the ground ball, but you can see he couldn't turn around quickly enough.
Here is David Ortiz. He has gone 1 for 7 in the series. And Kluber goes at him with a first pitch. Fastball for a strike.
Right into the strength of the defense.
You're not kidding. Jason Kipnis throws him out. And the inning is over. No runs, a hit, a man left. The Indians coming to bat when we come back. Let's take a look at the Tribe's starting nine. It's brought to you by Progressive. Michael Bourne having a big series in the leadoff spot, followed by Asdrubal Cabrera. Then it's Michael Brantley. Jason Kipnis batting cleanup. Lonnie Chisenhall's driven in 3 runs in the series. He bats 5th. David Murphy in the 6th hole, followed by Yan Gomes, Jason Giambi, and Mike Aviles.
Okay, Brandon Workman, our GMC starting pitcher, is making only his 3rd start this season, 6th this year. Made the roster out of spring training for the very first time this year. And in his 5 prior career starts, his limited opponents is just 3 runs or less. First time he has been facing the Indians. He's faced Tampa both times in starts. He went 5 innings in his first start, 5 1/3 his last time before he was ejected.
Michael Bourne takes a look at a fastball up high, 1-0. Stat of the game brought to you by Buick. Michael Bourne with a hit in 7 straight games. On the homestand, tearing it up. Hit the left field, over his Nava, and makes the catch for out number 1.
Let's set the key of defense for the Red Sox tonight. That's Nava out in left field, who just made the play. Bradley is in center, Sizemore in right. Bogart's at 3rd. Drew is at shortstop. Pedroia is at 2nd. Holt at 1st. A.J. Przinsky doing the catching.
That'll bring up Asdrubal Cabrera. Ball 1, it's up high. Brandon Workman grew up in Bowie, Texas. And Cabrera pops one shallow center. Racing out is Drew. And they let it drop.
Oh,
Drew gave way to Bradley, but Bradley wasn't there. And Cabrera is aboard with 1 out of the 1st.
I was just going to get ready to say, Matt, as infielders, you have to really go out on that ball because the wind is blowing in. And it's going to knock the ball down. And that ball was hit high enough. Originally, Drew might have thought that ball is the center fielder's ball. Bradley comes in, and then all of a sudden he quits. The only way a shortstop quits is when he hears the center fielder call him off. I don't see his lips moving. I just felt he felt the footsteps. He heard the footsteps or the slushingness of his steps, and he gave up on it, but it goes as a base hit for Cabrera. But that ball could have been caught.
So the Tribe with a 1-out base runner now in the 1st inning, and Michael Brantley coming up. It's up high, ball 1. Michael Brantley on this homestand, 4 hits and 19 at-bats. 2 of his 4 hits have been doubles. He's driven in a couple, and he has scored a half dozen runs. So he's been in the middle of a lot of the Indians' offensive success, even though he hasn't had a ton of hits on this particular homestand. But all in all, he's had a fantastic season, especially here at Progressive Field, where he has 41 hits, batting at a .336 clip.
Well, he's been the main man as far as the RBIs go. The runners in scoring position, the 2-out ribby. Very consistent, and that's the guy you want every day.
Well, the Indians have scored first in each of their last 6 games, 9 of their last 10. And on this particular homestand, they've outscored the opposition 9-0 in the 1st inning. So you get out to that early lead, get some good pitching.
Well,
hopefully add on.
The first 2 games of this series will point out that that's why they scored the early 2 in the first game, and added 1 more and won it 3-2, and then they got 3 in the first. They had to put 2 on later, but they ended up winning the 5-3. So, and today, the way the wind's blowing and the temperatures are, you would think it may be a low-scoring game. At least I do.
Ball's definitely not going to just fly out of here.
No,
that's
it's
for
not.
sure.
Wet conditions. It's been raining all day. There's a lot of, even though there's good drainage, it's got to be a soggy track.
Brantley steps back in with Cabrera at first, held by Holt. He's off and running, and the throw is not even close. Great jump by Cabrera, and he's got his 5th stolen base of the year.
Yeah, and I think Brzezinski had to try and rush it because he realized the kind of jump Cabrera had. And the throw not even close. And that's been their game plan here, is try and run on A.J. Brzezinski behind the plate.
Well,
that is their 5th stolen base in the series.
Runner in scoring position for Brantley now on a 3-2 pitch with Jason Kipnis on deck. Right back up the middle into center field. Cabrera coming around third. They're going to wave him home. Bradley's throw is cut off. Michael Brantley with an RBI single gives the Indians a 1-0 lead. The stolen base pays early dividends, as once again the Indians have scored first in each of their last 7 games now.
Well, let's make this our McDonald's. I'm loving it again for Michael Brantley. It looked like a little slider out over the plate. He drives right back up the middle, and Sarbaugh's being aggressive. The throw, you can see Bradley really. Holt, the first baseman, cut it. I thought it would have been a little bit closer. Maybe it was offline. I couldn't tell. But he sort of spiked it into the ground. It might be because of the moisture on the baseball. There you go. You love it. First inning runs at home.
Now Jason Kipnis with Brantley at first. We'll see how aggressive Brantley is on the base paths. Not running. Kipnis takes a strike.
Let's check the throw again. I mean, there you go. It's got plenty of moisture on it by the time it gets out to Bradley. He comes up and it goes right in. He spiked it. And that's why he tried to cut it. But, I mean, no harm because Brantley didn't go anywhere. Just stayed at first base. But the run scores. 42nd ribby for Michael.
Way outside, 1-1.
Yeah, all because of a ball that should have been caught.
Yep.
They gave him an opportunity, and they take advantage of it.
Good off-speed pitch by Workman.
Good curveball.
Kipnis starting to get a feel for it offensively. He's gone 5 for 16 on the homestand.
Still takes you a while to get back into a group, to feel comfortable and search when you've missed a month like Jason did.
Upstairs 2-2. The 2-2 is lined up the middle, caught by Pedroia for out number 2. Well, the Indians have been aggressive in this series. Whether it comes to stealing bases or taking extra bags, let's go down to Katie Witham, who has more on their style of play.
Well, Matt, there's a saying, you don't steal on the catcher, you steal on the pitcher. But Michael Bourne says he thinks it's a little bit of both. And even though A.J. Pierzynski's arm may not be what it used to be, he's still very accurate. So the key is timing, as Bourne said, and timing was exactly what Asdrubal Cabrera had on that one.
Well, he showed it a couple of days ago. He made perfect throws to second base, and a couple of guys stole bases in game number one. That he was right there. They just never tagged him, and they were awfully close. So Pierzynski, you're right. He is accurate. But once it gets into their head, and you go out there and you make good throws and you still don't get the calls, then you try and force the issue a little bit if you have the opportunity and you can run on the pitcher.
Swung out and missed. Lonnie Chisenhall with 3 hits in the series and 3 runs batted in. Lonnie has been tearing it up, in particular on this homestand. He's gone 7 out of 17 in the 5 games played with 9 runs batted in. And he's been batting more in that middle part of the order, so he's getting his opportunities to drive in runs, and he's taking advantage.
You continue to hit, and you'll find a spot in that lineup, won't you?
A couple of times on this homestand, he's given the Indians the early lead with first inning RBI hits. This time, a comebacker will end the inning. Tribe strikes first, though. Michael Brantley with an RBI single to center, and the Indians lead it 1-0. Toyota, a quarter-mile west of Great Northern Mall on the North Homestead Auto Mile. By Levin Furniture. And by Kia. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. Second inning, Cleveland with a 1-0 lead. Boston will send A.J. Pierzynski, Grady Sizemore, and Stephen Drew to the plate. Line drive hit into right center field. Bourne cuts it off, but not before Pierzynski gets into second base with a leadoff double. So there's that first ball put in play.
Well, he went after that first pitch. Let's take a look at it. It's a fastball right there, and Brzezinski didn't miss it. Didn't foul it off. He hit it well. He's a good low ball hitter. Drives it into the gap in right center field. So he will get on with a double. That is his 8th double of the year.
And up comes Grady Sizemore, who's gone 0 for 5 in the first 2 games of the series. Sizemore was at the plate and made the final out in each of the first 2 games. Strike at the knees, outside corner.
Hitters now, Tommy's telling me 532 hitting off of Kluber when they put that first pitch in play. Well, I know one thing. If I was a hitter, I'd look for that first fastball against him, but he can throw other pitches if he wants.
And like in this at-bat with Sizemore, the first pitch was a strike, not one you really want to swing at,
right,
though.
Down and away.
Sizemore down on the count 0-2. Up and in, pushed him back a bit, 1-2. Couple of homers, 14 driven in on the year for Sizemore with 9 doubles. He also has 2 triples, and he has stolen 5 bases, so it tells you wheels are back under him and feeling good. Breaking ball, got him looking, and that's the first strikeout of the night for Corey Kluber, his 96th on the year.
And that's the one that the left-handers give up on, that good breaking ball. It starts away, and then it comes back down, and it breaks over the outside corner. You see where Gomes was sitting. He wasn't sitting on a corner. He was sitting on a good part of the plate, and Kluber started it off the plate, and it comes back and hits the corner, and you just give up on it. Strikeout number 1.
Corey Kluber and Boston's John Lester began the night tied for the league lead in strikeouts. Now Kluber one more than Boston's Lester.
That would have been a good matchup. Lester against Kluber, huh?
You're not kidding. Slowly tap back to Kluber. He checks the runner at second. Goes to first and retires Stephen Drew, 2 down. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk & Elk. Carlos Santana expected to rejoin the club on Friday in Texas. Zach McAllister got his game wiped out by rain tonight, so he's scheduled to pitch tomorrow now at Lake County. Daniel Nava, switch hitter.
He was just called back in this series.
Yeah.
Boy, a guy that you talk about struggling, he really got off to a rough start, and they had to send him down.
The 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball. And it missed a little bit outside.
Well, he's done a heck of a job against the Indians in his 12 games, .429 average and 11 ribbies.
Fouled back. Nava having one of those years, though, where he's probably scratching his head. Just 10 hits and 77 at bats.
A young player, and you know, you have some success when you come up That's the toughest thing about big league baseball. You've got to do it the next year, and the league makes changes. They adjust. They make adjustments to you. Now it's up to you to make adjustments back to the league, and some of the young players find out it's not as easy to do as you thought.
Brzezinski, who led off the inning with a double, still at second base, and the 1-2 pitch nails Nava. So the number 8 hitter drilled by Corey Kluber, so he'll take his base.
Wow, that couldn't have felt good because that was way in. It looked like it got him on his right ankle.
It's only the second hit batter by Corey Kluber this year.
He's got excellent control, so I wonder what he was trying to throw here. It looked like a little cutter, but I mean right at the right ankle. He couldn't get out of the way if he tried, and he did, and boy, that had to hurt. Well, he'll take his base.
Jackie Bradley Jr., the batter now. He's gone 1 for 6 in the series. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it out of play. Bradley Jr. batting .202 with a homer, 20 driven in, dozen doubles. Bounced in front of the plate. Gomes can't locate it. The runners both move up. So 2 into scoring position now on the wild pitch.
And only his second wild pitch on the year. Again, this one way out in front of the plate. Not much Gomes could do with it. It's another breaking ball. I don't know if that's the cutter. So Yan Gomes wants to go out and talk to him. That was well out in front of home plate.
Still a few raindrops falling here at Progressive Field. 2 down in the second inning. Indians leading at 1-0, but Boston with 2 in scoring position. And the 1-1 to Bradley. Hit high in the air, down the line, foul territory, and out of play.
Yeah, that wind really blows it into the seats and knocks it down.
And so a 2-2 count. Toronto beating up on the Tigers again tonight in the Motor City. Blue Jays 6, Tigers 2. They're in the 9th. Red Sox at second and third with 2 down. And Kluber's 2-2 pitch. Got him looking. Kluber's second strikeout of the night, and the Red Sox strand a pair in scoring position. At Progressive Field tonight, but most of the rain is just about gone. There have been a few stray sprinkles falling here and there, but pretty well dried out now. Indians lead at 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the second. David Murphy, Yan Gomes, and Jason Giambi due up for the Tribe. David Murphy is 4 for 6 in the series. And Brandon Workman misses outside with a fastball for ball 1.
Workman, a guy that worked out of their bullpen last year. And he would get that fastball up there 93, 94, 95. And now you see him in this starter's role and, the velocity down a little bit. Like it happens, Most guys, if they're starters, they go to the bullpen. They add 3 or 4 miles an hour to the fastball, knowing they only have to face 3 or 4 guys.
Curveball fouled away. Workman goes 6'5". 240 pounds. He was a second-round pick of the Red Sox back in 2010 out of the University of Texas. He committed to UT his senior year in high school, but the Phillies still took a flyer on him in the 3rd round of that draft. He said no thank you and became a Longhorn.
A couple of Texans going at it then.
Yes, indeed. Chased a high fastball and strikes out. First strikeout for Workman. 1 down in the 2nd inning. Tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown on one of our telecasts this year. It's all courtesy of AT&T. Yan Gomes looks at the ball up high. And down low he chases.
That's a pretty good curveball he's throwing up there. That's the one you can get people to chase.
Workman ready with a 1-2 pitch. And a big curveball is fouled away. That fastball fouled back.
You can see how he's changing the eye level here with Gomes. He's going
High
fastball up, and then out of that same arm slot comes that curveball coming down. And the last curveball that Gomes got a piece of, he left it up a little bit. But that's what he's doing. Every other one going, changing the eye level. That's a little slider there.
So Workman getting a feel for it here in the second inning with back-to-back Ks.
You know, you'll see this is a true slider. It's not a real big one. He's got the curveball to take you off everything, but that's a slider that breaks anywhere 4 to 6 inches maybe, if that. Comes up empty because he showed him that big curveball earlier in the at-bat.
Jason Giambi DHing tonight, batting in the 8th spot. Looks at ball one outside. It's low, 2-0. White Sox and the Dodgers just getting underway in Los Angeles. Giambi, a big, violent swing, came up empty. It's 2-1.
Well, you get the count in your favor, you're going to get after one. That's what Giambi, you know, he knows. He got the pitch he was looking for, but Workman got it by him.
Hard hit ground ball, but it's right at Pedroia in the inning. Beg your pardon, that's Drew with that shift on who makes the play. 1, 2, 3. Go the Indians. Trying to make sure it stays that way. Look at that backdoor slider has Grady Sizemore out looking.
Well, when they don't face him and they don't know what it looks like as a left-hander, you think that ball's away. Then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, it's coming back in and you can't do anything. It freezes you. Like that. Last time, the last 12, a shutdown inning opportunity. That's after the Indians have scored. He's gone out and towed the rubber and allowed 9 hits and just the 1 run. So in other words, he gets his offense back in there and allows him to try and add on to that lead.
Brock Holt in a line drive at the second baseman, Jason Kipnis, his first time up. Sends one in the air to center field. Michael Bourne has that for out number 1. 10 batters, 9 first pitch strikes.
Well, he does that every game. He goes out and he makes it a point to just pound the strike zone. He's trying to get outs in 4 pitches or less. And he would love to take it. He would love to throw a game in 90, 95 pitches. What do you have, that one complete game against Kansas City, 101 pitches. Earlier this year, back on April 24th, 4 hits, had 11 strikeouts, 101 pitches in that complete game.
Well, 3 of the Indians' lowest pitched games of the year, he's been involved in 2 of them.
Yeah.
One of them was his complete
Between
game.
him and the bullpen,
Yeah.
right.
But that speaks to, his goal is to be efficient.
I'll tell you what, if every pitcher in that dugout, the starter, they don't watch him when he goes out and toes the rubber, which I know they do, they should be shot. Because it's fun to watch this guy pitch.
And even though you may not be anything like him as a pitcher, there's
you
probably
don't have to
something.
have the same stuff.
But there's probably something you can take from what he's doing.
Always something. You just follow that guy around on his side sessions the day he works, and you'll find something is right.
Fastball fouled back out of play.
His command is so good. On the homestand, he's had 14 strikeouts, 7 called, 7 swinging. He doesn't walk many batters. When you look at it, 97 strikeouts, 18 walks in 82 innings, 82 and a third. He doesn't give up base runners. He makes you hit him. And earlier in the year, he gave up a lot of hits, but now he's about a hit per inning.
Pops into center field. Here comes Bourne. He's got it again. That's already his 3rd put out tonight, 2 away.
Well, follow every Indians game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, audio scores, and the free MLB Game of the Day and more. Download on the App Store or visit Indians.com.
Here is Dustin Pedroia. He had a 2-out single in the 1st inning. Bats with 2 down, and the base is empty here in the 3rd, and takes a strike.
Okay, let's keep count again. This is 10 straight strikes for Kluber now. We said that about Masterson, and then it got to 25 in his last start. We couldn't believe it. Well, I shouldn't have said anything, but
well, I don't know.
It was awfully close.
That looked. That may be Dustin Pedroia getting respect from the umpire because that looked like a strike, but. Inside there, 2-1. Kluber goes to the slider. It's pulled on the ground to 3rd. Mike Avila sets and throws. Got him. And the Red Sox go 1-2-3. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd. It's Cleveland 1. They're Boston 0. From Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. 1-0 Cleveland as we go to the bottom of the third. Micah Vilas will lead it off. Vilas, another Indians player who is really taking advantage of playing at home. He's batting .310 here at Progressive Field.
Well, Vilas has done a nice job having to fill in for Kipnis over at second base, and then he's bounced over to third and been starting over there. Now that Swisher's on the DL because Chisenhall goes to first. But he keeps that bat in the lineup, and he keeps finding a way to get hits, driving in some big runs.
Popped him up here. Bogarts, the third baseman, makes the grab, and there is out number one. It's our great clip of the game from last night. And with the game on the line, Michael Bourne delivers. Driving one off Andrew Miller to the wall in left field. Scoring a pair. Gomes and Avila's right on his tail to provide the winning margin for the Indians. You know, of all the numbers that we throw out at you, I thought the one that jumped out at me as most impressive for Michael Bourne this year, he has not gone hitless in back-to-back games all season long. I know it's only 60 games, but that tells you that he might have an offer, but he's going to find a way the next game to get a hit.
Well, you think about what happened. He was coming off an injury, too, and he looked sluggish at the start of the year. It was cold, but he found a way to get on base, and he's a leadoff hitter for a reason.
Drives this one to deep center, but give Brantley Jr. credit. He ran it down 2 away. And with that prevailing breeze blowing in tonight, that ball had no chance to get out of here. If it had a little boost behind it, might have been a different story.
Well, that's a good. Bourne hit that ball right on the nose. That's a line drive. That's a good hit. But I'll tell you what, this kid Bradley in center field can go get him. He's made a couple of good routes I've noticed in this series. He may not catch everything. It's an easier outfield to play in Fenway because of the monster over there in left field. That's protection for him, so he can cover that right field and right center.
That's why it was really impressive when Michael Bourne tripled over Bradley's head earlier in the series. He sent one just to the left of center field, and Bradley on the dead sprint tried to jump up and get it.
Well, Michael forced the issue. He ran, and if Bradley hit the cutoff man, Michael might have been out, but he overthrew everybody. And that's how Bourne got in there. So he was very aggressive. But I like the way he goes after fly balls.
.2-0 fouled right back by Asdrubal Cabrera. Cabby popped one up. Shallow center field, looked like a harmless fly ball, but Bradley coming in, Drew going out. Drew peeled off thinking Bradley was going to get it, and Bradley never got there. And that proved to be costly for Boston. Cabrera would steal second, come around to score on Michael Brantley's RBI single. Two-out bunt attempt, fouled off, 2-2 the count.
Don't like that with a 2-1 count. Had a chance to look for a pitch maybe he can hit a double with 2 outs.
Fouling off the plate. It's a final in Detroit. The Blue Jays beat up the Tigers 8-2, the final score. Well, Detroit has now lost 8 of their last 11 and 12 of their last 16, going to back to when the Indians swept them here in Cleveland. Cabrera goes fishing, and the Indians go 1-2-3. 3 complete. Cleveland 1, Boston nothing.
And I remember that.
Yes, indeed.
But I want to tell you again, we get home on June 20th. The Tigers will be in town. It'll be another dollar dog night. All night long. Visit Indians.com for your tickets.
So 40 years to the day of 10-cent beer night. We've got dollar dogs.
There you go. Yes, sir.
But nobody's going to.
They're not charging the field.
They're not going to start chucking cherry bombs in the visitors' dugout.
They may rush the basement where they have all the dogs, but they're not going to go on the field.
David Ortiz grounded out his first time up. Slider over the outside corner for a strike. Fastball up and away. Kluber behind Ortiz, now 2-1. Corey set him down 1-2-3 in the third inning. And he's behind now 3-1. I don't think it's any mystery that the Indians' game plan all series long has been, when possible, don't give Ortiz anything he can do to hurt you.
Well, this is the one guy they don't want. But this is how you want to face him. Nobody on base, leading off an inning or whatever. So he walks him. First walk of the night for Kluber.
Now A.J. Pierzynski, who doubled his first time up. But also a guy who can hit into some double plays. He hit into 2 in the first game of the series.
Yeah. But let's see. He got a nice fastball down the middle. He didn't miss the last time. AJ is a guy that notoriously always used to go after that first pitch. Very aggressive hitter. He likes the ball down, and in.
Little off-speed pitch to get ahead.
Well,
strike one.
He hit that fastball first pitch, so he's not going to see one the second pitch. But you see the difference when pitchers can throw. If you're going to throw a breaking ball first pitch, throw it, get me over strike. Don't try and throw a nasty one, because a lot of hitters are just looking for that first pitch fastball, and they'll take the breaking ball.
Reached for it. Might be two. Kipnis goes to second. They get one, but that's all. Just
Smart play.
A little too slowly developed on that chopper off the bat of Pierzynski. Right now on FoxSportsOhio.com, chatting with Joe Reedy about the Tribe. There's a history of hijinks between Masty and Kluber. And see which teammate has Johnny Manziel's back. It's all on FoxSportsOhio.com. So far tonight, Corey Kluber has 5 outs on 3 pitches or less. That's the name of the game if you want to get deep in a ball game. Grady Sizemore called out on strikes his only time up. Pulls this one in the hole. It's backhanded by Chisenhall. He recovers and flips to Kluber for out number 2, and Pierzynski in the scoring position.
Well, he didn't panic right there. He dropped the ball originally. It could have been a double play ball. And then went to pick it up and dropped it again, but Kluber was over there hustling. They get the out. That's the bottom line. It's a nice backhand throw to second, but he didn't make the play, and there's Kluber hustling to get in position. Get the out. That's all you have to do.
You know, just watching Corey Kluber, that's another one of those good lessons for young ball players. You saw Corey make the pitch, balls hit to first. He didn't assume that Chisenhall was going to grab it and make the play himself. He immediately started to run toward first base.
Well, anytime the ball is hit to the right side, I mean,
it has to become habit.
Yes, it does. You're already breaking over there, and you can always stop.
Well, we've seen guys even at the big league level who hesitate. Oh, I have to get over there.
Yeah,
and that's enough to cause not even a moment's hesitation.
No, he saw the ball go to that side of the field, was automatically on his way, and that's what you have to have ingrained in your mind.
Stephen Drew is swinging a miss. It's 1-1. Drew a comebacker to the mound his first time up. Boston went out on a limb and brought Drew into the fold. It was interesting. They signed him during that 10-game losing streak. And then all of a sudden they won 7 in a row. And people around the ball team were wondering, is this messing with the chemistry and the good mojo that they've got going? You know how that works.
Yeah.
By all accounts, he's a lovable guy. I mean, teammates like him, the writers like him. He's played through injury. I mean, they didn't feel the same way about his brother J.D. Drew when he was in Boston.
Well, it's interesting, how a draft pick made a difference in the signing of a free agent. It happened to a couple guys. It was late with Cruz. Cruz is now leading the world in home runs and RBIs, and he was a late sign for Baltimore. No one wanted to give up a draft pick. And for Drew, Boston still got to do it, because obviously they wouldn't have re-signed him if they felt that they had a shortstop in their organization that could play short, because he's good defensively. So they had to go out and get something. So that's why Bogarts is now over at third base.
2-2 count. Kluber dialed in. Swung on and missed. He struck him out with a breaking ball. And that is 3 strikeouts for Kluber. And once again, the Red Sox have stranded a runner in scoring position.
replica jersey. That'll be on June 21st. The Indians will host the Detroit Tigers. Come on out and celebrate Omar's induction into the Indians Hall of Fame. Go to Indians.com for your tickets. June 21st.
Michael Brantley going to lead off the home half of the fourth. He drove in the Tribe's only run and the only run of this game back in the first with an RBI single to center field. It pretty much doesn't matter where Michael Brantley bats in the order, in the game. He hits about the same no matter what. There's a line drive, base hit in the left field. He's 2 for 2.
Well, he took that base hit up the middle the last time. This time he's going inside out and going to left field on the first pitch. See, he made a mistake. That pitch was right there. A mistake that Brantley didn't do much with. He didn't try to do much. Just give me that base hit. I'll take it to left. So there's your start to the fourth. 3 singles for the Indians tonight. Brantley with 2 of them.
Now Jason Kipnis, who lined out his first and only time up. Tom Bochenek broke down Brantley's batting average by inning. Other than the 2nd, 7th, and 8th innings, he's hitting over 300 in every other inning that he comes to bat.
You can't. He's just so consistent. I mean, that's all you can say about it. Doesn't matter what part in the lineup he hits. It doesn't matter what inning he hits, and he's just consistent.
Out of play. Now, a year ago, mostly because of circumstance, Brantley bounced all over the Indians' order. He batted everywhere but 9th. He batted 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Terry Francona was impressed that Brantley never changed the way he batted, never complained, never whined, never hung his head about it. And I think he made it a point coming into this year, I'm going to find a spot for Brantley, and I am not going to mess with him. And in some ways, it's like this guy's a good hitter. He did everything I asked of him a year ago. And I think I owe it to him to just put him in a spot in the order and leave him alone. And that's what he's done so far.
And the start of the year, it was around 5th. And that's when they were healthy and they started the year out well. Then things happened. And he ended up in the number 3 hole when Kipnis went out. And I'll tell you what, you can't move him out of there, can you?
Holt flips it. And that's going to be out number 1 at second base. The only out they get. Kipnis aboard at first on that fielder's choice.
And Michael's starting to develop a little more power because he knows the pitchers. He's learning counts. He knows when he can take his chances to drive the ball.
I would say to you that the only reason that Terry Francona might be inclined to move him again would be to move him back to that 5 hole because of the RBI opportunities and because he's your best RBI guy this year.
He is, but you give him opportunities. Usually you put your best hitter in the number 3 hole, and that's why he wants to keep him there. He doesn't want to mess with him right now. We'll see. It's going to change, and there's nothing wrong with. It's nice if you're a manager and you have a set lineup. It certainly helps. But with this, when you don't have a number 4 hitter, I can see how guys can float. Because you can't rely on any one guy in any one spot right now. He's the most consistent guy, so leave him alone.
This guy at the plate has been pretty consistent this year, too. And now getting more and more consistent playing time, and he has just continued to hit.
Yeah, he's playing with a totally different confidence this year. Something that he hasn't shown in the past. But when you get your back put against the wall They were putting Santana at third base. His time was getting limited. He wasn't playing a whole lot earlier, but every time he got an opportunity, he found a way to get a few hits. And good things started to happen, and the issue wasn't forced earlier. He continued to do it until, in Baltimore, he started to get time against left-handers, and he went 6 for 10.
Pulls that one foul.
Will he keep up this pace all year? Probably not. But you know what? It's a good start for him. We're into June now. We're getting into the first week of June, and he's got a good feeling about himself. The problem is where you're going to play him. He's not going to play first when Swisher comes back. He's not a first baseman. He's going to have to play third.
And as I said to you before, I think he's earned the playing time where
I do too.
Carlos Santana has to play as well. But I think you can find enough at-bats for both of them, whether one DHs and one plays third or vice versa.
Well, and then here again comes a problem where you have Giambi in there that's going to DH against right-handers. Now, how many times is he going to DH? Would take spots away from somebody else. So he's got to try and find a lot of at-bats for some people.
One thing that Terry Francona excels at is finding enough playing opportunities for everybody. Runner goes, and the ball is popped in the air. Center field, in comes Bradley, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Time now for a Mazda game break. Let's go back to the studios and Al Pulowski.
Matt, you were talking about the Tigers losing. They did to the Blue Jays here, 8-2. Here was the key hit in the 6th inning. Tigers were ahead 2-1. Adam Lynn doubled in a pair. Then eventually Toronto would go on to score 6 runs in the last 4 innings. 8-2 the final. Detroit now has lost 4 straight. Matt?
Well, Al, as cold as Detroit has been, Toronto's been just that hot. They are now 12 games over 500 at 36-24 as you take a look at the Central Division standings now.
Not much separation between second and fifth.
And it's getting tight at the top now, too. I mean, there for a while,
Detroit coming back to the pack.
Yeah, it looked like they might just run away with it there for a while, but they have hit the skids.
Yeah, they at one point couldn't beat them.
And it all started when they came here to Progressive Field because they were on a roll. They were taking the division by storm. The Indians swept them, and they beat their best. They beat Scherzer. They beat Verlander.
Remember now, yeah, they did. Remember, they came from Boston. That was a Sunday night game. They didn't have a plane. They never got in till the day of the game at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And they were making the most of it, but it's turned around since that point.
Yeah, because they went out of here. They struggled after that. And they just haven't been able to get their mojo back in order.
Yeah, the Indians were down 10.5 games on May 18th. 10.5 games, May 18th. But then again, you have to worry about your own house. You can't worry about anybody else's.
So to first, back with a dive is Kipnis.
You know, we talked about it. Crossroads you come to throughout the course of a year. And that was definitely one you mark on your calendar where the Indians were going south, the Tigers were heading north, and there were 2 teams where if you were a betting man, there's no way you would have bet on the Indians in that series.
We said it at the beginning, the first game of that series. I still remember when we were doing the open of our telecast, we said, on paper, this appears to be 2 teams headed in completely opposite directions.
It's exactly what the Indians needed at that point in time.
Yeah.
The team that kicked their butt the year before to come to town because they had to pay them back, and they had some unfinished business to do with them.
Still a 1-0 game here. We're in the 4th. A runner at first with 2 down, and David Murphy at the plate down on the count. Runner goes. Kipnis has a good jump. Murphy sends one to left field, and Nava makes the running catch to end the inning. 4 complete. It's still Cleveland 1, Boston nothing.
Then the post-game fireworks will be set to the music of Nirvana. And Rally Alley will also be open and available. Family and friendly pregame options, so come on out. Visit Indians.com and get your tickets.
Festive atmosphere tonight despite the 2.5-hour rain delay that we had at the outset. Indians scoring a run in the first inning, and so far Corey Kluber's made it stand up. He's given up just 2 hits. And he's got Daniel Nava, the number 8 hitter, leading off the 5th inning for Boston. Nava, the left fielder. Jackie Bradley Jr. batting 9th. He's in center field. Grady Sizemore starting tonight in right field. And the Boston outfielders having a tough go of it this year. If you combine their batting averages, the lowest in all of Major League Baseball at just .215. Swung on and missed. And the count is 0-2. And you think back to, let's just go back to your day, your early years in the big leagues when it was Fred Lynn and Jim Rice and Carl Yastrzemski at the end of his career. That was an outfield that could compare with anybody offensively.
Yeah. In any era, those guys were,
Got him looking. Oh, Corey Kluber with a big curveball over the outside corner. 4th strikeout of the night for the Indians right-hander. 1 down here in the 5th.
Yeah, and 3 of them have been called, and the 3 lefties take the breaking ball away. Watch this. Nava thinks this ball's outside. Let's check it out on our Wendy slow motion cam. Let's see. Well, from back there, it looks good. As a hitter, you're saying there's no way that's a strike, but you know what? You're going to end up walking back to the dugout.
Jackie Bradley Jr. called out on strikes. And that backdoor breaking ball has definitely given the left-handed hitters fits here in the game tonight.
Well, you know what? That's now this time around, they're going to start looking for it. And you know what happens? He's going to start buzzing you inside with fastballs. Like that.
There it is, but it missed inside.
But that's the pitch he's going to start throwing with 2 strikes. And he has a little comeback on his fastball at times where that locks up the left-handers as well. When you can do that to both sides of the plate, boy, as a hitter, you're scratching your head. You don't know what to do. That's when you start swinging at the first pitch.
There it was right there. Started off the plate, leaks back over the inside corner. Hard for the hitter to not give up on it. Just a little bit outside, and it's 3-1. Hit well to left. Back is Brantley on the track. Leaps up and makes a great catch against the wall. 2 down. Oh, he timed it well, Rick.
In Boston, that's probably a home run. In Cleveland, that ends up being an out. Brantley went back, and it was right there. He had no more room. He was up at the wall. He had to jump. Watch the timing. 1, 2, 3, jump. And he goes up into the wall. That's what that warning track is for. And he makes a nice catch. Well done. Yeah, look at Clue. That a boy. I made a mistake. Thanks for retrieving it. Now give me the ball back. Good play.
Two down, and Brock Holt, the batter, 0 for 2 on the night. Brock Holt lined out to second. His first time up, fly to center, back in the third. And the count 1-1.
Brantley threw this lineup 2 times already. The first time, Kluber, first time through, took him 30 pitches. Second time, 32.
Got to work on that consistency. Got to tighten that up a little bit.
And first time they had 2 hits. Second time they didn't get a hit, and he had 1 walk.
Starting third time through the order with 2 down on the 5th. By Kluber. Backhanded by Kipnis. Off balance throw. Oh, what a play! Oh, baby! Jason Kipnis flashing the leather going up the middle. And a strong off balance throw to get him. And the Sox go 1, 2, 3. Game time temperature around 61 degrees. How about Jason Kipnis? Nothing chilly about this. That's just red hot defense.
That's a great play. Kipnis having to jump up to make the throw, and you're going to see it on target just in time to get him at first base. When you throw strikes, Brantley made a play in the inning. Guys are ready to make plays. They made 2 gems in that inning, and don't think that Kluber doesn't like it.
Yan Gomes looks at the ball up high. He struck out his only time up. This has been well pitched on both sides.
Right.
Brandon Workman gave up back-to-back hits in the first inning, accounting for the only run of this game. Indians had a leadoff hit by Brantley in the fourth, but couldn't do anything with it.
In reality, Cabrera's hit should have been caught. It was a gift, and they took advantage of it. He stole second base, and then Brantley, he's got the 2 legitimate hits in this game for the Indians. But he's had Workman's had a nice mix going. Hard fastball, little slider. He's got the big curveball. He's looking to go his 5 innings. Told you it's only his 6th major league start. And in his prior 5, he's given up 3 runs or less in every one of them.
Well, the one thing that I'm impressed with here tonight, Rick, is that he's got command of all of his pitches, and he's not afraid to throw them at any point in the count. That shows me he's got some, great confidence.
You know they could use him in that bullpen because Clay Buchholz is on the disabled list. That's how he got a chance to start some games.
Leadoff walk here in the 5th inning. Those can sometimes be a pitcher's biggest nemesis. This is how the Indians got their only run. Michael Brantley with a base hit up the middle. In the meantime, Corey Kluber has been dealing once again. Now Jason Giambi. Now this could be interesting should Giambi pull one towards where, is that Drew that's way over? What have they got now?
Bogarts is at short.
So Drew's way over.
Yes, he's playing sort of second, right?
Yeah.
Right, and Pedroia's in the middle at second. He's at his second base position. Every team, you know who did that? Toronto, when they would pull. Who was playing third for him at the time?
Oh, Laurie. Brett Laurie.
Yeah, Laurie was playing over there. They would put him over. And then Francisco played there a couple times, but they didn't put him over there. Laurie was playing second.
Giambi hits one in the air, so it's a moot point. Left center field. Daniel Nava will grab it. That's out number 1. Indians take on the Rangers Saturday 4 Eastern on Fox Sports 1. Show your tribe pride by using the hashtag Indians on FS1. Mike Aviles, who fouled out his only time up, will be the batter here. Up and in for ball 1. Boy, the Tampa Bay Rays cannot get out of their own way. They lose again. They lost to the Marlins 5-4 at home. They've lost 9 in a row. Ground ball toward short. Backhanded by Drew. Long throw, and he's safe at first.
Let's see if we see John Farrell coming out of that dugout. It was close. I mean, that was the only play Drew had. He wouldn't have got Gomes at second base. Look at, they're on the phone to check it, replay it. Let me see. And it was close. So he's not out of the dugout yet, but let's see where his foot comes up.
Oh,
he's
he got him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to come out. He'll make a challenge here. They wanted to get a replay and look at it first in the clubhouse, and it looked like Aviles was out. He was called safe. It'll be a Boston challenge.
Let's take a look here.
Yeah, he's out. That won't take long. The headsets will be off soon. That won't look at. Oh, turn on the switch so we can hear. Oh, okay. I've only been here for 8 hours.
So if this gets overturned, there will be 2 down and a runner at second base, and that's what we anticipate will happen. We'll wait and see.
Well, they're looking at it now on the board, but it doesn't matter. They're doing it in New York. They're just looking at their call. But from our replay, he was out. They're done. Good play by Drew. Good play by Drew. That was his only play, first base. Got him by half a step.
So 2 down, and Michael Bourne will be the batter with a runner in scoring position. Bourne is 0 for 2 on the night. He has flied out twice. But Michael has done a nice job with runners in scoring position. How about a .351 average from your leadoff man?
Clutch hits with runners on base, too. Here's a situation here with 2 outs.
And with 2 outs, 5 out of 14.
Well, he's hit the ball hard twice tonight. First time up to left field. Gave it a pretty good poke, and then the second time to center field that Bradley ran it down.
Yan Gomes in scoring position at second base with 2 down. A little bit high. Bouncer to second base. Pedroia will throw him out. So the leadoff walk does no damage, and we've played 5. It's Cleveland 1, Boston nothing.
Time now for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Let's go back to last inning where the defense was outstanding by the Tribe. Michael Brantley going back, and he times it beautifully, going up on the wall, making a wonderful catch, and appreciated by his starting pitcher. Then to end the inning, Kipnis ranging far to his right, the jump, the throw to Chisenhall, and there you have two beautiful plays to help Kluber get out of the 5th inning.
Well, Corey Kluber certainly appreciates the great defense behind him. So many starts this year, Rick. The defense hasn't had to do a lot behind Corey Kluber because he's had so many strikeouts. Tonight, he's let the defense have a little more action behind him.
Well, he's not afraid to do that. As he says, strikeouts come because of quality of pitching and getting ahead in the counts. But the reason why you get good defense is because you pound the strike zone. The hitters or the defenders are ready every time. 6 ground ball outs, 5 fly outs, only 4 strikeouts tonight, which is fine. But, when you go through that turn, it did get him on the forearm. He started to go, and he couldn't get out of the way. Committed.
Xander Bogaerts, who twice tonight is flying out to center field.
Second guy that's been hit by a pitch tonight from Kluber. You'll see he's going to commit in that back elbow as he opens up. That ball runs in and gets him. Couldn't get out of the way. There's his step, his guide. He sees it coming, and there it is right on the elbow, the right elbow. That had to hurt.
Well, you get that down there, too, and that. Oh, yeah, that's going to almost like, when you bang your funny bone, only imagine getting hit by a hammer instead.
I wonder why they call it a funny bone. It's not so funny.
There's nothing funny about it, is there?
No.
Really?
Not for you or whoever it happens to.
Dustin Pedroia 1 for 2 on the night. So Corey Kluber, in his first 12 starts, hit 1 batter and had 1 wild pitch. Tonight he's hit 2 batters, and he's already had a wild pitch. So in some ways it's been a very un-Corey Kluber-like evening, and yet he's still pitching shutout baseball into the 6th inning. He's made 70 pitches. 44 of those have been strikes. Pedroia pops it way back out of play.
Well, there you go. You see Pedroia takes his 1 shot in a 2-0 count of trying to pull a ball. And he did try and turn on that pitch. Don't be surprised to see if he tries to find that hole between first and second on this swing. He took his chance there. You could even start the runner here if you wanted to. Bogaerts, get him going because this guy can handle the bat so well, and he's going to try and shoot the hole to first and third if he can.
He didn't go around. It's 3-1 again. Seems like Pedroia's been in good hitters counts all series long. Pretty good reason why he's been able to go 4 for 9. Line to right field. Murphy got a great jump on it. and makes the running catch of that line drive for out number 1. Back to the studios. Here's Al Pulaski with a Mazda game break.
Man, let's go out to Los Angeles White Sox there. They've hit 2 home runs already to take a 2-0 lead. The latest by Adam Dunn, his 9th of the year here in the top of the 4th inning off of Josh Beckett. They move to the bottom of the 4th. 2-0 White Sox over the Dodgers, Matt.
All right, thanks, Al. David Ortiz will bat with 1 on, 1 out. Ortiz walked his last time up. Swung on and missed. Now, there was a play earlier in this series. In fact, it was yesterday in the 1st inning. Ortiz was at the plate with the shift on, but there were 2 men on base, runners at 1st and 2nd. So the ground ball to Asdrubal Cabrera, he looked to second base, but remember, there was nobody there to take the throw because with the runner at 2nd, that 3rd baseman, Mike Aviles, had to be over near the bag at 3rd. Now, in this case, Aviles is there to turn a double play should Ortiz hit a ball at Asdrubal Cabrera.
Yes, indeed.
But Corey Kluber might be going for the strikeout now. He's got him down on the count 0-2.
Well, he'd rather get the 1 pitch for 2 outs.
Not a play.
See, that's why if you're the left-handed batter and you're sitting watching how Kluber's pitching those guys and you watch 3 of them come walking back to the dugout on breaking balls away when you get to 2 strikes, I think Ortiz was well aware, and he fouled that pitch off. He didn't give up on it.
Hits this one a long way, and she is gone.
Yeah, he watched the location of that pitch. We'll get a look at it, and you can see why Ortiz, he handled it.
David Ortiz with just his 2nd hit in the series, but it's a 2-run homer, and it's his 13th home run of the season. And it gives Boston a 2-1 lead.
Well, he didn't miss it. He swung and missed his first. When you look at the sequence, he went after that first fastball that he fouled off or swung through. I'm sorry. Watch, that was a little bit in. Now he gets ahead of him there. Now there's the pitch he fouls off. Watch him try and sneak the heater by him. It wasn't in enough. That ball was away, and he got him.
Now A.J. Pierzynski, who doubled and grounded into a fielder's choice so far tonight. Wow, did that ball hit the plate?
Yes.
Throws him out, 2 down. So David Ortiz puts Boston ahead with a 2-run homer. So the hit batter comes around to score here in the 6th inning. Grady Sizemore takes a strike. And Grady takes exception to that call from Quinn Walcott. Well, there's still a lot of chirping going on here. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 down here in the 6th, and Boston leading it 2-1. Line drive left field. Brantley makes the catch. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. David Ortiz with a home run, and the Red Sox now have the lead. Red Sox lead this game 2-1. The Indians offensively tonight have been limited to just 3 singles by Brandon Workman, making his 3rd major league start. And as Drupal Cabrera had one of those singles, he stole second and scored the Tribe's only run back in the 1st. You were talking about it, Rick. First time through the order, Corey Kluber gave up 2 hits. Second time through, he didn't give up any hits. Third time through, he's given up a hit in his first run of the game. First runs on the 2-run homer. So now the Indians going through it through the 3rd time against Brandon Workman.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 6 hits in the game. Both teams with 3. One guy was on with the home run, with the long ball. What are you going to do? You got to come back and score here if you're Cleveland. Answer it right now. At least get one on the board.
.30 pitch. And Workman walks the leadoff man.
There's your start.
2nd inning in a row, the Indians get a leadoff walk. And we'll see if they can take advantage of it this time around. Uh-oh, here goes A.J. Pierzynski. He's into it with Quinn Walcott. John Farrell, he doesn't. Did Pierzynski get tossed?
I don't know. Was it? Yeah, he must have. He's walking back to the dugout.
I think he got the heave-ho. And John Farrell may be on his way to a short night as well.
Well, then obviously there was some talks about a few of those pitches. I didn't see it going on. Pierzynski kept his head down. We couldn't see it.
But look, there's an old adage in baseball. You argue balls and strikes. It's the quickest way to get ejected from a game.
Yeah, but as a catcher, you've got a way of doing it. Now, he had to say something to get ejected. We didn't even notice he was saying anything during the course of the 4-pitch walk to Cabrera. Now, so there was some bickering going on, and he obviously had to say, all right, I've heard enough, or that's enough. And he might have said something. I don't know. But he's done.
Crew chief Jerry Davis trying to intervene. And
well, no, Johnny's still in the game. So, I mean, he let him have his say. There you go like that. And Pierzynski turns around and said something right there. And now they're barking at each other. And there he goes.
Pierzynski was asking for another ball. But whatever he said after he asked for the ball, Quinn Walker, you could see him stop, look at him and say, oh, yeah? Well, then in that case, no ball for you. Get out of here.
He didn't ask politely. He didn't say please. There's ball 4. Can I have another ball?
Give me one.
You're gone.
You look at what? Excuse me?
He didn't give him one.
You didn't say please. Good night.
Boy, I'd like to know what happened back there. Ross will be going in behind the plate. But the Indians have the tying run aboard here. Second walk for Brandon Workman tonight. He walked the leadoff man last inning. Now, let's see what happened, because Grady had something to say on that pitch right there. Had his say, and they're going at it. They had their say, and they got back into it.
Well, I didn't think the pitches that Workman threw were really close to being strikes. I didn't think A.J. Pierzynski had a legitimate gripe there necessarily, but it might have been a carryover from the Grady Sizemore at bat. And you know how that goes. It gets in the dugout. Hey, this guy's killing us up there. And
well, that's true. There may have been talk in the dugout before this inning even started.
Now it's Michael Brantley, 2 for 2 on the night with Cabrera aboard to start the inning.
Five straight now for Workman. This will be pitch number 80. The most he's thrown in his first 2 starts, 89 pitches. Last start, because of the ejection, 88 the start before that. And this is 80. Ball. Yeah, a little off the plate.
Left-hander getting loose for the Red Sox right now. It's 2-0 to Brantley. And there's a strike. Michael with a pair of hits, including an RBI. He has 42 driven in on the year. He's upped his batting average to .308. He's among the league leaders in both categories.
Just holding it. Oh, they didn't call time.
Caught the outside corner.
Boy, held it for a long time and ended up making a very good pitch there. Usually you try and call time out if you're a hitter. He held it for quite some time.
Michael 7th in RBIs, and his current .308 average would put him among the top 10 as well. Two count. Bang, foul, first base side. You know, I was thinking to myself, Rick, as this at bat has gone on, if you're Asdrubal Cabrera. Now, I know he's not a burner. He's not a pure base stealer. But when you've got a catcher who's just coming in off the bench cold, is that a guy you want to try to run on right away?
Well, he's loose enough. He can throw. I mean, you may think so, but you better get a good jump. You don't want to make an out on the base. So you got your leadoff man aboard. You got the middle part of your lineup up. You've got to be ready to go. So he's thrown over there a couple times. But he was allowed to get his arm warm. He's ready. Not a bad question, though. I mean, if it was a younger guy, maybe. You just don't want to make an out here on the bases.
Yeah. The 2-2. A little bit high and a full count.
Well, I think he'll be off and running now with Brantley hitting on the full count. Michael with a good enough eye. If he doesn't like the pitch, he can take it. You don't have to worry about getting a huge jump. You figure Michael's going to put it in play, so yeah, go ahead and start him. If he hits a gap, he could score. Or if he gets a base hit, you can go first to third.
Runner goes, payoff pitch. Line drive, center field, base hit. Oh, what a great jump by Cabrera. He saw it all the way and goes to third.
Exactly why you do it, right there. Beautifully. Done beautifully by Brantley, who is now 3 for 3. Cabrera took off. He didn't have a great jump. That was a bullet, man. That was a line drive, one hopper. And I think Bradley was looking and wanting to try and go, thinking he could throw him out, but he had to catch the ball first. That ate him up. Nice swing by Brantley. Now watch Bradley as he comes into, he hesitated and sort of caught himself flat-footed to catch that ball. So with Cabrera running, easily got to third base. Well done.
Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. Brandon Workman, his night is over. Chris Capuano coming on now, left-hander for Boston. Fan photo of the game. Remember, you can tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have them shown during one of our telecasts. It's all courtesy of AT&T. Indians have a chance to come back now, down 2-1. They've got first and third, nobody out here in the sixth inning. Left-hander Chris Capuano now into the ball game for the Red Sox. He's 1-1 with a 1.95 ERA. 23 appearances. He's walked 11, struck out 25 in 27 2/3 innings.
Yeah, opponent's hitting just 198 off him. He's done a good job against righties and lefties. Righties 197, lefties hitting 200. So Kipnis with a chance now to tie the ball game up. Brantley with 3 of the Indians' 4 hits.
Kipnis 0 for 2 on the night. And Brantley draws a throw.
Big slow hook. You have to stay back. He's not an overpowering guy.
Outfield plays Kipnis the other way toward left. Right back up the middle. It's through, and the game is tied. Cabrera scores from third. Jason Kipnis delivers with his 13th run batted in on the year. And the first 3 have all reached for the Indians here in the 6th.
Yeah, they come right back and respond on the 2 runs Boston put on the board, and it was a nice approach by Kipnis. Not a big swing. Let me go right back. Use the big part of the field. He got the fastball, got it down around the trademark, but found the right spot. So they come back and answer. Now you've got Sarbaugh taking a walk, talking to Lonnie Chisenhall in this situation. The boatload of left-handers started with Brantley, Kipnis, Chisenhall, Murphy before you get to Gomes.
You got to believe they were talking about potentially sacrificing him over here.
Absolutely.
Lonnie gets the bunt down. Well done. They slip and slide. The throw to first, not in time, and the bases are loaded.
Well done. Chisenhall, the last time he was in a situation like this, he laid down the first pitch with a great sacrifice. This time, it was an outstanding bunt. Well, he forced Bogaerts to come get the ball. And you know what? He didn't come get it quickly enough. Look at him deaden that ball. Well done, Lonnie. That's an infield single. The bases are loaded. And now the Tribe with an opportunity. There's a big inning. Watch, he knows he put down a good one. Safe? Yes. Attaboy.
Could that be the unfamiliarity? Bogaerts playing at third. You know, he's played a lot of shortstop. Still learning third base,
could
maybe?
Be, but, you know, you don't expect a perfect bunt like that. That was a great bunt by Chisenhall. You're just trying to get the runners over. But, you know, you try and force that third baseman to get it, but he laid down a dandy. And Capuano couldn't get the ball.
No, he was on roller skates.
You know what? That's one of these. You tip your cap. That was a great bunt. His only play was first base, but he was just a half a step behind him.
So now it's David Murphy. Murphy has been solid for the Indians with runners in scoring position. Batting here with the bases loaded and nobody out. Perfect pitch at the knees for a strike. Murphy this year has gone 3 for 5 with the bases loaded, so that's good for a .600 average. Pop back out of play. As a team, the Indians have been just outstanding with the bases loaded this year. .422 average as a club. 48 runs batted in bases loaded situations. Both lead the majors in those categories.
For whatever reason, they just have had a confidence working this year. Well, right now, David Murphy's got his work cut out for him, down 0-2. But if anybody could do it, this guy can with 2 strikes. One of the better hitters in the league with 2 strikes. And you know about those magic hands. He keeps them back.
And that nailed Ross on the foul ball.
That was like a pinball. Got the umpire, too. Got both of them. Watch this. Boom. They both got it. Anybody else?
Yeah. The 0-2 pitch to Murphy. Just missed.
Boy, that a great pitch. What a teaser. You talk about trying to get a guy to chase it. Because the first pitch he threw him was down and was a strike. That one didn't miss by much. It was low. Ross trying to frame it, but that was a good 0-2 pitch.
Over 300 average with 2 strikes. And a dozen runs batted in as a 2-strike hitter. Line drive, base hit, right center field. Indians take the lead. Brantley scores. Here comes Kipnis. He scores 2. On his way to third goes Chisenhall, and Magic Hands delivers once again.
You gotta love it. Murphy has done this time and time again. I mean, watch how he just puts his foot right down, and those hands come through. He lets them work. He trusts his hands. This ball's going to be low again and out. Watch this. Look at that. And he just slaps at it, man. It's like a slap shot. And gets it over the head. He is the best at it. I've seen nobody better. What a great job with 2 outs. He drives 2 in. It makes it a 4-2 ball game. Capuano is done.
He did not retire a batter, giving up 3 straight singles. The Indians still don't have an extra base hit in the ball game. But they have the lead 4-2, and John Farrell is going back to his bullpen. Drive up a couple of runs now. Lead. Tribe has runners at the corner, still nobody out. Jan Gomes will be the batter, and the new pitcher is Burke Badenhop. He recorded the final 2 outs of the 8th. Well, he didn't record them, but he got the final 2 outs of the 8th inning last night. Came in with the bases loaded and 1 out, and he got Jan Gomes to hit into an inning-ending double play.
Well, he's hoping to get that again, just to get the first out of this inning. Again, the Indians have sent 5 to the plate.
He's had 8 ground ball double plays this year, Badenhop. So that is his specialty.
Well, the Indians on the homestand, I'll tell you, they've earned it. Hitting .339 with runners in scoring position. Tonight they're 4 for 5. With runners on third and less than 2 outs. And the 12 at-bats, they have 8 hits. So they have been very clutch on this homestand. And what a response.
Yeah.
After Kluber gave up a 2-run homer, what do? They come back and they've got 3 on the board with a chance to add to it. That's picking up the big guy right there.
Murphy doing some damage with a 2-run single. Bounce to third. They come home. Chisenhall trying to stay in the rundown as long as he can, but he'll be tagged out for the first out of the inning.
How about that? I mean, you talk about staying back and letting your hands do the work. He was totally fooled on the pitch, but we've seen him do it time and time again, Matt. It's not luck with him. With David Murphy, he does this. If you're a pitcher and you try and get him out, he'll pick the ball up off the ground and he finds a way to find the outfield grass with it.
Well, the Indians have first and second with 1 out, and Jason Giambi, the batter, 0 for 2 on the night. Swung on and missed. And the Red Sox turn the double play as Pedroia and Drew turn 2, and the inning comes to a close. But the Indians get 3 in the 6th, and they now lead it 4-2.
Again, man, you can bring your 4-legged friends to the ballpark for Puppy Palooza. It's all going to take place June 17th. The Indians will host the Angels, and dogs must be current on vaccinations. And a portion of the evening's proceeds will benefit the Cleveland APL. June 17th, Puppy Palooza. Can't wait to see him.
Corey Kluber, another outstanding performance. And now armed with a 4-2 lead as we begin this 7th inning. Stephen Drew takes a strike. He's 0 for 2 on the night. Kluber with 2 strikes on Stephen Drew. And a breaking ball misses outside. Now the 1-2 pitch, a little bit outside. White Sox still lead the Dodgers 2-0. They're in the 5th out in L.A. Down in the dirt. White Sox began the day just a half game in front of Cleveland in the Central Division standings. And, of course, first place Detroit, they've already lost tonight. They've dropped 4 in a row in 8 of their last 11. (3-2). A little bit outside, and it's a leadoff walk now for Boston.
That ended up being a pretty good at-bat by Drew. He was down in the count 0-2.
After an off day tomorrow, the Indians will open up a 4-game series against the Texas Rangers Friday night in Arlington. Our coverage begins with Indians Live at 7:30 Eastern. First pitch at 8 o'clock. Trevor Bauer will go up against Yu Darvish. What a matchup that will be. And we'll have all the action for you on Sports Time Ohio beginning Friday night. Daniel Nava hit by a pitch in the second inning, called out on strikes his last time up. Kluber's made 90 pitches on the night. Bullpen is quiet.
You know, he's just holding it to see what happens. He could use the 2-for-1 ball here.
Yes, he could. Seven ground ball outs tonight so far for Kluber.
Now he's just missing where he used to nail that outside corner just by a little bit.
That's a strike inside corner. Nava gave up on it, and it leaked back over the inside part of the plate.
Well, I'll tell you, you're getting a few Red Sox. There's the comebacker that has a little bit coming on the inside corner. That's a pitch we haven't seen a whole lot from him tonight. But that was a good one right there.
Fouled right back. Stephen Drew, the leadoff walk, is at first here in the 7th inning. The Indians with a 4-2 lead. Seven minutes shy of midnight.
You know, it doesn't matter what time. When you have a good ball game going on, the fans have been pretty excited
they
in
have
here.
been. Yeah,
At this time of night for having to sit for 2.5 hours, it's been pretty enjoyable game.
Kluber's got a 2-2 count now on Nava, with Jackie Bradley Jr. waiting next. Fouled right back. Got a piece of Gomes on its way back to the backstop. Only runs of the night for Boston, coming on a 2-run homer from David Ortiz in the 6th. Hit on the ground in the hole, base hit. And Boston's first 2 are aboard here in the 7th.
Well, he waited back on that one and then goes the other way with it. You know, as a pitcher, you say, okay, I got my ground ball, but he found the hole. So for Nava, good job of staying on it. Now Boston coming back. They get the first 2 men aboard, starting with the leadoff walk. That's exactly what happened to the Indians back in the 6th inning. That leadoff walk, and they have a short bullpen tonight, so you were hoping to maybe extend Kluber a little bit. So he's going to have to really bear down here, because you've got number 9, and then you get back to the top of the lineup.
A couple of guys are about to get loose in the Indians bullpen. They'll go double barrel action as Jackie Bradley Jr. steps in. He squares and he pulls it back. Ball's in the dirt. Blocked nicely by Gomes. Scott Atchison from the right side, Nick Hagedorn from the left side. Jackie Bradley has been called out on strikes, and he's flied out to deep left in the game. But he's probably bunting. Nope, he's not. He takes a strike. Squared around the first time. That time looked like he was going to pull the trigger, took it for a strike.
You know, you take a long look and you're thinking, do you want to bunt here and give up and out? You've got Holt on deck to try and tie it, or, you know, it's a tough call.
Now he bunts it too hard, but Kluber will take the sure out at first.
Yeah, and you know what? He was programmed, I'm going to get an out. He might have been able to go to second base and get an out there. But you know what? You don't try and make a super play. You go ahead. You have a 2-run lead. You get the out. Don't be spectacular. Just get what you have to get. And there it was, an easy flip. So the sacrifice, well done by Bradley.
Brock Holt 0 for 3 on the night. And 2 for 12 in the series. Lined out to second his first time up. Flied to center in the 3rd. Grounded out, but it took a spectacular play by Kipnis to get him in the 5th. Up the middle and through, and the Red Sox have tied the game. Brock Holt delivers, and we're back to even at 4 apiece. So the leadoff walk.
Yeah, he comes back. He got a breaking ball away, and he stayed on it and just hit it right back up the middle. Kipnis makes a nice attempt. You try and at least knock it down. He couldn't get there. It gets under his glove. Holt gets his 12th and 13th RBI, and we are all even. And out comes Terry Francona, and this could do it for Corey Kluber.
Now Kluber unable to get through this 7th inning as the Red Sox come back with a pair to tie the game 4-4. As Terry Francona will go to his bullpen now. And Red Sox tied at 4. We're in the 7th inning. Scott Atchison coming on to pitch for the Tribe now. Corey Kluber went 6 1/3. Charged with 4 runs on just 5 hits. Walked 2, struck out 4, hit a couple. And he's responsible for the runner at first base with 1 out. Xander Bogaerts will be the batter. Bogaerts hit by a pitch. Came around to score on the David Ortiz 2-run homer in the 6th inning. 3rd time through the lineup. The Red Sox were able to scratch out 4 runs off Kluber after he blanked him through the first 5 innings. Curveball swung on and missed.
Boy, and a dandy. You haven't seen many swings like that from him in this series. This gave it a lot of tilt and a lot slower and had him way out in front.
Gets away from Gomes, down to second base goes the go-ahead run. So on a wild pitch.
Yeah, you try and you make that pitch to bounce it. He swings at it. You try and make one more, and there's not much Gomes could do right there. So you let the go-ahead run get in scoring position. He tried the same pitch, but it was way out in front. Tough play for Gomes.
Bogaerts awaits the 1-2 and a swing and a miss. Atchison strikes him out.
Well done.
2 down.
I know he bounced that one, but that was a pretty good sequence by him because this is a guy that's been swinging the bat very well for him, and he didn't have many good swings in that at bat. But now comes the big out.
Dustin Pedroia 1 for 3 on the night. He had a line drive to right that was caught by David Murphy his last time up. Dustin Pedroia, an RBI double to right field off Atchison yesterday. Good block by Gomes. 2-1. White Sox lead the Dodgers 2-0. They're in the bottom of the 6th in L.A. Two-one. A little bit outside. Right field again. This time Murphy makes the catch. And the inning is over, but the Red Sox come back with 2 in the 7th, and we are tied at 4. Time now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a car shouldn't be. It's a full day of MLB action, beginning with the Indians taking on the Rangers on Fox Sports 1. Then it's Baseball Night in America on Fox as the Red Sox battle the Tigers. The doubleheader begins Saturday at 3 Eastern on FS1 and continues at 7 Eastern only on Fox. Bottom of the 7th inning. Mike Avila's 0 for 2 on the night. Steps in against Burke Badenhop. And he smashes one to third. And Bogarts throws him out, one away. Top of the order, and Michael Bourne, who was 0 for 3 tonight. John Farrell's going to go back to his bullpen. Timeout here in the 7th inning. 4-4 ball game. 4-4, bottom of the 7th inning, 1 out. New pitcher coming on for the Red Sox. Stay tuned for Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's coming up next. Michael Bourne will bat for the Tribe. He's 0 for 3 tonight. He'll be facing Craig Breslow. Breslow gave up a couple of hits in his 1/3 of an inning last night. It's weird. Breslow, he's had one of those years where you look at it and say, well, the numbers don't tell the whole story. They do, but he's given up 11 runs. 10 of them came in 2 appearances.
Wow.
So he's had 2 really bad outings.
Well, and that happens sometimes coming out of the bullpen.
Oh, my. That almost hit the ground. Wow. That's never close to a strike.
No, as long as it's not the 3rd one.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Change up.
Breslow strikes him out, 2 down. Let's go back to the studio for another Mazda game break. Here's Al Pawlowski.
Matt, the Cardinals and Royals went 11 innings tonight, and they won it in the 11th. St. Louis did. Matt Carpenter with the go-ahead RBI here with this single. He was 5 for 5 tonight. That's a career high. First Cardinal with 5 hits since Ryan Ludwig did it in 2009, Matt.
All right, thanks, Al. Here's Asdrubal Cabrera. He has singled, walked, scored 2 runs tonight. It was a 4-pitch walk to Asdrubal Cabrera that got A.J. Pierzynski ultimately ejected from this game for Boston and led to a 3-run rally for the Cleveland Indians in the 6th. 2-0. Two and 1 for Cabrera. Should he reach, Michael Brantley would be next. Out of play. Off the bat of Cabrera. Four here in the 7th. Cabrera strikes out, and we'll go to the 8th. Still tied at 4.
authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians.
Four as we head here to the 8th inning. Nick Hagedorn coming on for the second night in a row. Pitched well last night. Went an inning and a third. Struck out 3 batters. And he gave up 1 hit. David Ortiz homered back in the 6th inning off Corey Kluber. Just his second hit in the series.
Yeah, he hit the pitcher that was he should have hit. It was right there down the middle. He took advantage of it. He didn't foul it off.
Hit up the middle. Wow. What a backhand, and throws him out as Dribble Cabrera. Nice play defensively right there.
Talk about English coming off. That ball looked like it went off Hagedorn's glove. And and that spin, there was some spin on it, and Cabrera stayed right with it. Really nice play. Look at Cabrera. Hagedorn deflects it, and there's Cabrera on the backhand. Tough hop. 1-6-3 on the putout.
So with 1 out, David Ross will get his first at bat of the ball game, and in the series, I believe. Over the outside corner, called strike. Fastball a little bit low. 1-1 to count. Out of play. David Ross was originally a 19th round pick of the Dodgers back in 1995, but he said no thank you. So they picked him again 3 years later in the 7th round. He made his debut with the Dodgers in 2002 in the big leagues. And after a few years was traded to Pittsburgh. Didn't last long there as he strikes out for out number 2. Ross eventually, after banging around with Padres and Cincinnati, finally had his coming out party with Atlanta.
Well, there's Hagedorn. He went right at him and said, hit it. It's a fastball, and he throws it by him.
Going to get a pinch hitter for Grady Sizemore, looks like.
Gomes?
And it will be Johnny Gomes.
Well, here comes Tito. He wants to know, has he been announced? He said yes, so he goes to the bullpen.
So Nick Hagedorn with 2/3 of a scoreless inning, another strikeout.
Yeah.
And we've got a timeout with a 4-4 game in the 8th. Four, we're in the 8th. 2 down. Boston sending pinch hitter Johnny Gomes to the plate, and Terry Francona going to his bullpen for right-hander John Axford. Axford making his 26th appearance of the year. Got off to a good start out of the Indians bullpen, hit a rough patch. And now trying to work his way back into that late inning role that every relief pitcher so Axford last 3 games he's worked 3 1/3. He's given up 3 hits, no runs, no walks, 5 strikeouts. So he's on the road to getting back to where he wants to be. Now, let's face it, the Indians, Terry Francona, he's looking for another guy he can get into that late inning mix, and they want Axford to be one of those guys. Upstairs, ball 1. As a pinch hitter, Johnny Gomes, 1 for 5. His 1 hit, a 3-run homer. Outside corner, painted it. And now he gets ahead 1-2. Did he go around on the breaking ball? No, he did not.
Well, take a look at it. He was thinking about it on the breaking ball, but he definitely held up.
Axford ready with the 2-2. Curveball, got him looking. Axford gets the strikeout to end the inning. We'll go to the last half of the 8th. Still tied at 4. Four, bottom of the 8th inning. Michael Brantley going to lead things off for Cleveland. Defensively now for Boston. Johnny Gomes, who pinch hits, stays in the game in left field, and Daniel Nava goes from left over to right. Michael Brantley, a perfect 3 for 3 on the night. All 3 singles, an RBI, and a run scored.
Well, Breslow tonight coming in, hitting that, pounding the strike zone. Yep. 7 out of 10 pitches for strikes. Wasn't as sharp last night.
Not a play. It's 0-2.
The Indians with 7 hits tonight, all singles.
Another left-hander, Andrew Miller. They had a 4-2 lead going into the 7th inning, but the Red Sox came back with 2 to tie it in the 7th. Fair ball, first base side. Holt flips it. 1 away. In-game box score brought to you by your Hyundai dealers. Michael Brantley finally retired for the first time tonight. Jason Kipnis drove in a run his last time up, and David Murphy drove in a couple with a base hit his last time up. Swing and a miss from Jason Kipnis.
He a little upset with himself on that pitch. I don't know if he was mad he swung at that pitch or he didn't swing it like he wanted to.
Fouled back out of play. Kipnis, who missed just about the entire month of May, looking for his first home run since April 24th. That came off Jeremy Guthrie in the game against Kansas City. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White Sox still lead the Dodgers 2-0. They're in the 8th inning at Dodger Stadium. Jason Kipnis batting with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th for the Tribe. And he pops one up. Foul territory. Bogarts 2 down. That's going to bring up Lonnie Chisenhall. He's 1 for 3 on the night. Last time up, how about the perfectly placed bunt?
Wow, what a great bunt. You see, that ball almost stopped rolling. That's why Bogarts couldn't really make an attempt. He came in as hard as he could, got rid of it as quickly as he could. That was just a perfect bunt that loaded the bases. He got the bonus because it was so good. He got a base hit.
Well, he bats here with 2 down and the bases empty in a tie game. Broke his bat, and Breslow makes the catch. Indians go in order. We'll go to the 9th. Tied at 4. Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care is coming up next.
I think they're starting to feel tired now. What do you think?
You think?
Yeah. They look like they were getting a little tired.
It is 12:35 here in Cleveland.
No, that means it's, what, 3 hours old now. He started at 9:30, a little after 9:30. 2.5 hour rain delay.
Yeah.
Hey, but the good thing, we got an off day tomorrow.
Sweet.
Or today.
Eventually. On the year, the Indians have outscored the opposition 28-22 in the 9th inning. We'll start with John Axford facing Stephen Drew.
We got to get Max over here. He can fill in for an inning.
In there for a strike. spiked that one in the ground. And a ball and a strike to count on Drew, who walked and scored in the 7th. That was a critical walk for Corey Kluber, who doesn't walk many. But he walked the leadoff man, and Drew would come around to score as the Red Sox got 2 to tie it in the 7th. Out of play. Big curveball is up high. Here's the 2-2. Oh boy. Axford wanted it. Not sure what was wrong with it. Looked like it was right there.
Well, Gomes moved out sitting. He reached back across, maybe a tad low.
Strikes him out. Axford has fanned both hitters he has faced, one down here in the 9th. Akron Children's Hospital keys to the game. If the Indians win, they'll have their 2nd straight sweep, 3rd straight at home. Tribe did score first. Corey Kluber was rolling along. He had 5 shutout innings before he allowed 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th. Timeout here at Progressive Field. Terry Francona going back to his bullpen after John Axford goes 2/3 scoreless. With 1 out, Josh Outman will be the new Indians pitcher. Left-hander on for the 26th time this year. Here at home, he's 2-0 with an ERA of 2. He's given up just 2 earned runs in 9 innings of work. He has appeared in a dozen games here at home.
Yeah, it's only the 4th reliever. You know, I think you look at the time, you see what time it is, and you feel like this is a 14 or a 15 inning game. We're only in the 8th inning.
Not yet.
Or not, what's that?
Not yet. It's a 14 inning game.
Not yet.
Nava singled and scored in the 7th. Only his 11th hit on the year in 79 ABs. Low ball 1. Missed inside with it. And it's 2-0. At one point, we had over 20,000 here tonight. And most of them stayed through the 2.5-hour rain delay at the outset. But now that we're closing in on 1 o'clock in the morning, a good many of them have headed for home.
Well, you can't blame them. Well, didn't you say it was the last day of school today for the most part for some of these kids?
Yeah.
So
all depends on how many snow days you had to make up. 3-0 the count on Nava. Three-one pitch. In the air to right field. David Murphy is under it. And we've got 2 down. Out of play. Boy, did the Indians send Colorado into a tailspin. Rockies led Arizona 8-5 going into the 8th inning. And the Diamondbacks scored 11 runs in the last 2 innings.
Oh, my
to win
goodness.
It 16-8.
Ouch.
Ground ball in the hole. Off the glove of Chisenhall. And Jackie Bradley is aboard with 2 out in the 9th inning.
Well, it's got to be an error there. Watch Chisenhall go into his right. Just a backhanded play as you get over there, and he just doesn't catch the ball. He gave him a hit?
So a 2-out base runner. And it'll bring up Brock Holt. Holt drove in a pair with that hit in the 7th inning that tied the game at 4 apiece. Red Sox still only have 6 hits tonight. Even with that gift single right there. Outman taking his time, steps off the rubber.
Well, you have to pay attention. Bradley over there, he can run. He's stolen 4. He has not been caught yet. But this will be one of those things where you feel he may go on first movement.
High fly ball. Routine play in right field for David Murphy. He'll make the catch. And we'll go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 4. Let's see if the Indians can muster up some walk-off magic. Four. As we go to the bottom of the ninth. And for the Indians, it'll be 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up. And on for Boston, right-hander Junichi Tazawa.
Has 8 straight scoreless appearances, covering 7 1/3 innings. He'll be facing Murphy, Gomes, Giambi. Tribe going to try and do it in walk-off style one more time here to end a great homestand.
Well, Tazawa, he's one of those guys that he can be hot and cold. He's been hot lately, but he had a stretch where he gave up 5 runs in an 8-inning span and covered 4 games. So we shall see as David Murphy leads it off for the Tribe.
Tazawa in his career has pitched in 3 games in this ballpark, covering 4 innings. He's given up 5 hits and a run. Overall, 5 appearances against the Tribe in his career.
Breaking ball's in the dirt for ball 1. Murphy, Gomes, and Giambi for the Tribe here in the 9th. Outside, he missed 2-0. Murphy with a big cut and found it right back off the mask. Well, David Ross
Pretty good act. 2-0 pitch. Just fouled it back.
Yeah, he had a good one to
Yes, he did.
take a rip at.
Look at him. He knows it too.
Hit to right field, but right at Nava, one away. Well, that's going to bring up Yan Gomes. He's 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. 2 for 9 in the series. Gomes has done very well swinging the bat at home this year. Came into tonight batting .298 on the year here at Progressive Field. Lays off a pitch up high for ball one. Kind of interesting, Rick, when you look at Gomes, all 6 of his home runs have come against right-handed pitching. None off lefties.
Huh. Well, we got a right-hander on a mound. You could look for one right here. Either hang a breaking ball or he runs into a good fastball. Well, and all Indians' 7 hits tonight have been singles. 2 in the first, 1 in the fourth, and then 4 more in the 6th.
Upstairs with it, 2 balls and a strike. Junichi Tozawa, another guy that's come back from Tommy John surgery. Chased one away up out of the strike zone. Would have been 3-1.
Well, he did a nice job of laying off those pitches. Now he got one in his the count in his favor, and I think he just expanded the zone trying to end the game. Is what you do. He certainly helped him out, and Jan's a very good low ball hitter.
Upstairs. So a full count for Gomes. With 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th. And he strikes him out. 2 down.
This looked like a little splitter here. Or his off-speed pitch, whatever he throws on his changeup, and you can see the good downward movement. Something off of that pitch after throwing 93 to 95, and he got Gomes to swing at it and chase it.
Tazawa was a key guy for the Red Sox going down the stretch, and especially in the playoffs. Both Tazawa and Koji Uehara pitched in a Red Sox single postseason record 13 games last year. Almost hit Giambi with that pitch. And for Tazawa, in those 13 games, he was 1-0 with a 1.23 ERA. He recorded 6 holds, which is a Red Sox single postseason record. Giambi fouls it back, and the count is 1-1. And the 1-1 is hit hard to right field. Fair ball. That's headed down into the corner. Nava over to dig it out. Giambi's trying for 2. Here's the long throw. Not in time. Big G slides in with a 2-out double.
First extra base hit for the Indians tonight. Coming with 2 outs here in the bottom half of the ninth. We're going to get Rayburn that'll go out and pinch run, but he got a fastball right there, and he drilled. Watch how deep. Pedroia, he tried to make a jump for it, but no way. He put it in there beautifully. Giambi goes belly sliding into second base. It's his first double this year, and it comes at the right time, but 2 out in the ninth.
And that will leave it up to Mike Aviles, who is 0 for 3 on the night, but he's had a lot of big hits. It was Aviles who provided the Indians game-winning hit in the bottom of the 8th inning earlier on the homestand. That was against Colorado. Mike is hitless so far in the series. Trying to deliver the Indians a win against his old ball club. Way outside, a ball and a strike. Junichi Tazawa.
Well, it was Aviles that had the first walk-off base hit for the Indians this year against Minnesota. 2-out RBI in the ninth. Looking to do the same thing here.
Tazawa with the 1-1 pitch. Outside, he missed. He ran that one up to 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's touched it. I've seen it a couple times.
Koji Uehara getting loose now. Uehara, of course, pitched early in his career with Baltimore, but Boston's had good success with Japanese relievers. You think about Hideki Okajima, left-hander, pretty good, tough reliever, and Tazawa, even though he's had to come back from Tommy John surgery first. Aviles with a fly ball to center, and we're headed for extra innings tonight. all season long. Jack Link's feed your wild side. 10th inning, Brian Shaw coming on the pitch now for Cleveland. He's got 2, 3, and 4 due up for Boston. Shaw appearing for the 31st time this year. He's 2-1 with a 2.22 ERA. He's walked only 4, and he has struck out 24. But he'll have to deal with Xander Bogaerts, Dustin Pedroia, and David Ortiz here in the 10th. Bogaerts tonight is 0 for 3. He was hit by a pitch back in the 6th inning and then came around to score on the only hit in the series by David Ortiz, a 2-run homer.
In extra innings this year, the Red Sox are 3-4. This will be their 8th game. The Indians 3-1. This will be game number 5.
A little bit outside for ball 1. Shaw had the night off yesterday, but he has been a workhorse in the last week.
He certainly has.
Fouled right back.
Of course, you figure they got a short bullpen tonight because Allen will have the night off, as well as Zipchinski.
Yeah, you almost get the feeling, Rick, that after Shaw, it's Carrasco.
Yeah.
For the rest of the night. One ball and 2 strikes for Bogaerts. Getting down on the nitty-gritty. Weak tapper back to the mound. Shaw has it. Throws over to first. 1 away. Going to bring up Dustin Pedroia, and he is 1 for 4 tonight. He singled back in the first. 4 hits in the series. Pedroia has gone to right field each of his last 2 at-bats, both times for outs.
Yeah, he's hit the ball hard both times. Line drives, but right in the tracks of David Murphy.
Swung on and missed. Pedroia chased a slider, and it's 0-2.
Well, good breaking ball right there. He didn't pick up the spin on it and started, and he couldn't hold up and had to go after it.
Shaw's 2-strike pitch. Out of play. David Ortiz waiting on deck with 1 out here in the 10th. Just past 1 o'clock in the morning here. Quick pitch to him, and it's up high. Now the 1-2. And it stays foul. Indians brought the best home winning percentage in the American League into tonight's game at 20-11. Overall, Indians winners of 5 straight. All 5 of those have been on this homestand. Within 1 game of the 500 mark. And the last time the Indians were 500 was way back on April 24th when they were 11-11.
Well, you remember our last getaway day here on May 21st. It was against the Tigers. To win that one in the sweep, they had to go 13 innings.
Just missed outside, and it's 2-2. And then went 13 innings the very next night in Baltimore, right?
That's correct. Sure did.
Two. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Brian Shaw gets Pedroia, and there are 2 down in the 10th.
It's another breaking ball. You can see the spin from Shaw. And there you go, boy. He had to pitch him tough. Pedroia, tough AB and a tough out. But he gets the strikeout. Now Callaway wants to just give a brief talk here with Shaw with this guy coming to the plate.
All right, game plan has been dispensed.
As they did all the way coming into this series. This is the guy they're saying, hey, let's not let this guy do anything to hurt us. They pitched him tough. Corey made one mistake with a fastball, and he took advantage of it for the 2-run home run. That gave the Red Sox a lead back in the 6th inning, but the Indians bounced right back in the bottom half of the inning and responded.
Shaw has never faced David Ortiz. .443 career home runs for David Ortiz. Oh, good one. Slider up. Belt high in there for a strike, 1-1. Line drive, base hit into center field. And Ortiz aboard with 2 outs here in the 10th.
No, that's okay. There's that pitch up out over. He hits it hard, but you keep it in the ballpark. So a 2-out single. 7th hit for Boston.
David Ross, second at bat of the night. He struck out his first time up. Looks at a ball outside. High fly ball over near the line. Murphy can't get to it. It'll drop in the seats. Bryant Shaw got Bogarts on a comebacker, struck out Pedroia. And Ortiz with a line shot single. And David Ross batting with 2 down and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Swing and a miss. Good slider away.
Yeah, that's a lot of movement on that pitch.
The 1-2. Fouled right back. Came with a good fastball. And he's got good separation in terms of velocity between that fastball and the slider. You go from 94 to 85.
Yeah, he can, and he throws a hard cutter too, one that just moves a lot. It's not just a fastball cutter; he cuts it. Good slider. We should see it right here.
Yes, indeed. Didn't chase though. 2-2. Good hitter. You figure down on the count, you're going to see it there. So
yeah, you would think so.
You can pick it up soon enough. Don't chase it. He's back to even now. And Shaw delivers. Blowing away with that fastball. Tried to make the perfect pitch and just pulled it out of the strike zone. Now the count is full, and Ortiz will be running on the 3-2 pitch. For the right-handed batter at the plate, Chisnall will remain at first to hold Ortiz on. He doesn't run well to begin with, so they won't give him any kind of an extra lead. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat for Ross. Runner goes, swing and a miss. He struck him out. Ross yelling at himself, knowing that he chased ball 4. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 4. The order for Cleveland coming up here, and the Red Sox go right back to their bullpen. Koji Uehara, former Orioles reliever. That's where we remember seeing him for a number of years. Then Uehara went to Texas for a year and a half before settling down in Boston now, his second year with the Red Sox.
Yeah, great control and an awesome, like a little splitter for his changeup. And he can locate it. He doesn't walk him, and it's just a matter of guessing which one he's going to throw, I guess.
You know, he was a starter his whole career in Japan, and then First year in Baltimore, he made 12 starts. Kind of mixed results. And the very next year, they moved into the bullpen, and that's where he's been ever since. Michael Bourne, a swing and a miss.
There it is, 80 miles an hour. Start job. He'll throw it at any time. And he has terrific command with it.
He is 39 years old. Born in 1975 in Osaka, Japan. Last year, late in the season, he went on a run. Impressive.
Did he ever?
He tied the record. No, he came short of tying the record. He was second. Remember when Bobby Jenks had that run in 07 where he retired 41 straight batters?
Yes.
Yohara retired 37 in a row. 17 of them via the strikeout. Second longest for a single season reliever streak by a reliever. Two, and Bourne slaps it out of play. How good was Yohara? He was the MVP of last year's ALCS. A little bit outside.
Well, Bourne, pretty good at bat, being down 0-2, getting it back, laid off a couple of splitters. He tried to hit the outside corner there with a fastball. Now you're thinking, all right, what's coming here? You think splitter, huh? I would.
Chops it towards second base. Pedroia will flip it, and that's out number one. Tribe shortstop is Dribble Cabrera, the batter now. Cabrera has singled, walked, stolen a base, scored 2 runs. He's also struck out twice. Down a little bit low, 2-0. Cabrera with a liner to deep right, but back to grab it is Nava. 2 down. Michael Brantley singled in each of his first 3 trips to the plate, driving in a run with his first inning single. They would come around and score after a single in the 6th.
Yeah, had 3 really good swings. That was a 3-2 pitch. Started the runner, first and third. No, that was the 3-run 6th inning.
Up and away, ball 1. Michael Brantley's last home run was the walk-off homer he hit against Detroit off Al Albuquerque. Upstairs, 2-1.
Almost like he just shows you that fastball. Doesn't really throw it for a strike, Matt. Tries to make a perfect pitch with it or miss. And then really attacks you with that splitter. There it is.
Two and two the count. We'll go to the 11th inning with our score still 4 apiece. By Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Four as we go to the 11th, and for the Boston Red Sox, 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up. Carlos Carrasco coming on now to pitch for the Tribe. Carrasco 0-3 on the year. Let's see, this will be his 9th appearance out of the bullpen. And for Carrasco,
well, he's the last man standing, I would think.
Been a while since he's been out there. Last appearance came on May 26th in Chicago when he went an inning and 2/3. Scoreless relief in that ball game. In his 8 appearances out of the pen, Carrasco has gone 14 innings and given up 4 runs.
Well, and his last win came out of the bullpen last year.
Johnny Gomes looks at a fastball inside, 1-0. Gomes did not start this game. He pinch hit for Grady Sizemore in the 8th and was called out on strikes. And he hit him. And the Red Sox have their leadoff man aboard. That's the 3rd Red Sox batter that's been hit tonight.
That's right. Kluber hit 2 guys, and now Carrasco comes in with the second pitch and gets him. But you can see he's got that padding on that elbow there, and that's where he'll take the brunt of that pitch.
Here's Stephen Drew. He is 0 for 3, walked and scored back in the 7th. Shows bunt, and it's up high, ball 1. Here comes Asdrubal Cabrera to say something to Carrasco.
He hasn't been out there in a while, and he should. He just relax. He's got to slow it down a little bit. think he's trying to rush everything because now he hasn't been out there in a while, but free and easy. There, he waited, stayed back.
Drew taking a long look down at his third base coach, Brian Butterfield, before he steps back in. He squares again, pulls it back, it's up high, 2-1. Carrasco may be fortunate it's not 3-0 because the last one that was called a strike was borderline.
Well, when you're out there and you're facing a guy like this and your job is to sacrifice, you got to make sure he does throw a strike. You don't want to help him out. And it's tough to do anything or start the runner when the pitcher's not throwing strikes.
He gets the bunt down. Aviles goes to second. They get the out there and, very close to turning a double play.
They may come look at that one, too.
There comes Terry Francona.
Yeah.
Greg Gibson, he's saying, oh, not again, huh?
Yes, they did. They already overturned one earlier.
What a play, though, by Mike Aviles. He fearlessly turned and fired a strike to second base.
Yes, he did, and they know who was running. Gomes was running. I thought they'd just take the lead runner, but Cabrera comes off the bag and throws to first.
And he beat it out. Very close, but he did get there just ahead of the throw. Puts on the bag before the ball reaches the glove. So 1 on, 1 out for Daniel Nava. Nava is 1 for 3 on the night. He singled and scored back in the 7th inning. Nava got a big hit in that 7th inning that helped get the Red Sox rolling and come back from a 4-2 deficit to tie the game. He hasn't had a whole lot of hits on the year. That was only his 11th this season. Carrasco's pitch is low. 1-1 to count. Low with a fastball. And it's 2-1. It's out of play. The count back to even now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. With 1 on and 1 out here in the 11th inning. The Indians scored first in the first with an RBI single by Michael Brantley. Boston went ahead on the 2-run homer by David Ortiz in the 6th. In the bottom of the 6th, the Indians came right back with 4 consecutive singles to plate 3 runs to take a 4-2 lead. But the Red Sox would answer right back in the 7th on a 2-run single by Brock Holt. And that's been all the scoring since. And there are 2 down now here in the 11th after Carrasco strikes out Daniel Nava.
There's a pretty good slider there. Good location, nice depth going down. Gets Nava to swing over the top of it for out number 2.
Jackie Bradley Jr., 1 for 3. Was credited with a single in the 9th. Fastball nailed the outside corner. Well, it's good for Carrasco if he can get a feel for things here in this inning, because they may need him for multiple innings tonight, depending on how long this thing goes.
Yeah, no question. Well, it seems like now he's getting a little feel for it. Very good slider to strike out Nava, and he comes out here and jumps ahead in the count to Bradley, 0-2.
Now his 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Oh, Carlos Carrasco with a couple of strikeouts here to end the top half of the 11th. And we're still tied at 4. Come up here.
1:30 in the morning, and he had to take a nap, didn't he, halfway through this?
Jason Kipnis will lead off the bottom of the 11th. Kipnis 1 for 4 on the night. He'll be followed by Lonnie Chisenhall and David Murphy. Koji Uhara worked a 1-2-3-10. He'll stay on for the 11th. Fastball strike over the outside corner.
So much for the off day for these guys tomorrow on both sides.
Yeah. Popped up, back, and out of play. If you missed it earlier tonight, the Detroit Tigers were beaten at home by Toronto. Tigers have lost 4 straight, 8 out of 11. Another chance for the Indians to gain some ground on the front runners. But they need some offense to do that. A win would give them a sweep of the Red Sox. Last year, Boston won 6 out of 7 against Cleveland. Outside, he missed a full count. Lonnie Chisenhall waiting on deck. Then David Murphy. Uhara with the 3-2 pitch. And it's ball 4. The Indians get their leadoff man aboard. Lonnie Chisenhall's 1 for 4 on the night. But it was Chisenhall with a perfectly placed bunt single in the 6th. So I'm sure Boston looking in that dugout, expecting him to bunt again here in the 11th now. He squares, pulls it back, and it's ball 1.
Well, he's been very good at it the last couple times. He's had opportunities for sacrifices. The last time he had, it was such a good bunt, he got a base hit. But you remember, I think it was against Colorado off a tough left-hander. That first pitch, he ended up laying down a nice bunt to move the runner. Look at that. Now he goes to first. He's done a great job.
Drag bunt executed.
Right now, best bunter on the team.
Kipnis in the scoring position with 1 out. Well, he does the job. I mean, he gets the bat on the ball. You know, you want to go up the third base line, he does that. You want to pull it, drag it over to the first base line, he's done that. So the number one thing in bunting is get the bunt down.
Right.
And he's been able to do that.
Well, he bunts strikes. There's David Murphy hit a pitch down and out of the zone to drive in a pair and give him a 4-2 lead at that time. A great 2-strike approach.
Trying to win it with a base hit now. Popped up, foul, back. Call for it. Oh, a little bit on, well, out of your reach.
I might fall out of the booth if I go for it right about now.
Balance isn't quite
there. Grab out of that belt and hold on, will you? Don't push me. You'll end up working with Tommy Bowe. He's already got his crayons moved in down here.
Oh, man.
We need to lighten it up a little up here. We've been a little too tight.
Here's the 0-1. Is that what you call it?
Yes.
Popped him up on the infield. The shortstop, Drew, makes the catch. 2 down. That'll leave it up to Yan Gomes. He's 0 for 3 here tonight. Struck out his last time up. Gomes takes a strike. The 0-1 offering is up high, and the count evens at 1-1. Koji Uhara retired the first 3 he faced in the 10th inning. Here in the 11th, walked the leadoff man, but after the sacrifice bunt and the pop-up on the infield, he's 1 out from getting out of trouble. He falls behind Gomes, 2-1. I believe we're the last game standing
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
2-1 pitch. Called a strike to even the count. Uhara looks in. Quick glance at the runner at second. And Gomes strikes out. We'll go to the 12th. Still tied at 4.
One reason is that Indians bullpen, starting out with Atchison, comes in, did a beautiful job. And then you see Hagedorn, he went his 2/3 innings. Axford came out, had a couple of strikeouts in his 2/3. Outman did his job. Here comes Brian Shaw. Now this is a light bullpen. You can see he's upset Pedroia. And then Carrasco last inning coming back with a couple of strikeouts. They have been lights out tonight.
Well, Carlos Carrasco will take aim on the top of the Red Sox order now. Brock Holt to lead it off. And a first pitch strike.
And for the 6 relievers, it's been 75 pitches for that bullpen tonight to this point.
In there for a strike. It's quickly 0-2. Holt with a 2-run single in the 7th that tied this game at 4. Swing and a miss. He goes down hacking. And Gomes will throw to first to complete the out.
Boy,
so how about Carrasco with 3 in a row?
I was just starting to say, you know, when he first came in, he ended up hitting Gomes. And, you know, he was all over. Now he's getting ahead of the hitters. He gets Holt to chase this pitch, and he has 3 strikeouts now. It looks like he's getting a little bit of a feel.
High pop-up on the infield. Aviles and Cabrera converge. As Drubel says, I'll take it. 2 down.
And it's 9 straight strikes now for Carrasco.
Well, and for this Indians pitching staff that has been a strikeout machine, it's 13 more Ks tonight.
Yeah, they've been a number of times double digits.
Dustin Pedroia. 1 for 5 on the night, and a breaking ball misses low. Swung on and missed. He challenged him. Good fastball and threw it right by him. Ruby De La Rosa is supposed to start for them on Thursday. Might be coming into this game out of the bullpen. Now the 1-1. Slider kind of backed up on him. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. How about Carlos Carrasco? 4 strikeouts and 2 scoreless innings of work. Go to the bottom of the 12th, still tied at 4. Red Sox still tied at 4. Boston goes back to their bullpen. And one-time Indian reliever Edward Mujica will be the pitcher. 22nd appearance of the year. He's 2-1 with an ERA of 6.10. That's because in 20 2/3 innings of work, he's allowed 14 runs on 25 hits.
Yeah, opposition hitting .301.
Mujica is the 7th Red Sox pitcher to work here tonight. So both teams have used 7 relievers now. And Ryan Rayburn will lead it off for Cleveland. It'll be Rayburn, Mike Aviles, and Michael Bourne.
All this happening after we didn't know if we were even going to play this ball game tonight. 2.5-hour rain delay at the start. The rain finally cleared up. And then here we are, 152. We're still getting after it.
Here we are is right. Listen to Marv Levy used to say, where else would you rather be than right here, right now?
Well, look at it this way. This could be a getaway day for us on the road. We'd have to board a plane like the Red Sox do.
Yeah. Rayburn came on as a pinch runner when Jason Giambi doubled with 2 outs in the 9th inning. So this is his first at-bat of the game. At the knees, a called strike. When Mujica pitched for the Indians, you know, the 1 year he had extensive action, pitched in 33 games, had an ERA of 6.75. Then he went to the National League and flourished. Rayburn is called looking at a strike on the outside corner. And we got one down here in the 12th.
Now look at this pitch on the outside corner. A little comeback to it right on the outside edge. Perfect pitch for Mujica. Rayburn called.
Mujica had 3 consecutive seasons, 09, 10, and 11. First 2 in San Diego, the last one in Florida, in which he went 394, 362, 296 in terms of ERA. Two years ago, began the year with the Miami Marlins, wound up in St. Louis with the Cardinals. Last year had a very good year with St. Louis. There's a seeing eye single on the left side of the infield for Mike Aviles. And the winning run is aboard here in the bottom of the 12th now for the Tribe.
Yeah, once it gets past Bogarts there, Drew is not going to be able to make a throw and just holds on to it. So an infield single for Aviles. So there is the winning run on first base.
Now Michael Bourne is hitless here tonight. He was 4 for 7 in the first 2 games of the series, but now 0 for 5 so far tonight. Outside, he misses for ball 1. Bourne came into the ball game with a 7-game hitting streak. Recently, Michael's had a number of key events in his career. Picked up his 1,000th career hit at the end of May in Chicago. First career walk-off home run against the Rockies. Had a bobblehead night.
Had a snatch and back home run ball that he brought back into play.
Yeah, that was a terrific play. Checked his swing, and it's a foul back, 2-2. Mike Aviles carrying the winning run with him at first base. One out here in the bottom of the 12th.
Oh, he dropped it.
Yeah, he did.
New life.
Oh, Bourne stays alive here.
You know, not much you can do as a catcher. Either they stick or they don't, and he almost had it. He thought it stayed in there, and it just dropped out at the last second.
Bourne takes aim once again on Mujica. And the 2-2 pulls it foul. Bourne, and then Asdrubal Cabrera here in the bottom of the 12th for the Cleveland Indians. Edward Mujica with a 2-2 count on Bourne. Another foul back.
Yeah, if he tries to get him to swing at that off-speed pitch, or if you're Micah Villas at first base, heads up for anything in the dirt.
It's a base hit in the right field. Avila's going to hit the bag at second. He'll go to third. Michael Bourne delivers with a bullet of a base hit in the right field here in the bottom of the 12th. And Mike Avilas goes all the way to third. For Bourne, that'll extend his hitting streak now to 8 games.
I'll tell you, he really battled him in that at-bat. He got a pitch to his liking on the inner part of the plate, and he was able to drive it past Holt at first base. That enables Avilas to go to third base, so that was a great job there. First and third. Now they're going to come out and talk about it. They're going to have to play, well, I would think if they're going to cut that run off at home, they could walk it, the bases loaded. They got a number of things they can do. They want the outfielders in. And he may go with his 5, that's what he's going to do. It looks like he's calling in.
He's bringing in Daniel Nava, the right fielder, and he may
play the infield.
He may send him in to play right behind second base.
Yeah, they may go with 5 infielders and 2 outfielders here. Well, he's got something up his sleeve. He's talking to the infield. He called Nava in. He's going to tell him, you go somewhere. Go get a different glove. That's exactly what he's doing.
Holt's going to get another glove, too.
Maybe Nava's going to first base. I see, because I got you. Holt is...
he's a middle infielder by trade.
Yeah, he is.
So we got guys all over the place.
Let's see where he puts them.
He's going to play him essentially at second base.
And then Pedroia will be towards the middle, where if it's hit to him, he may be able to go for 2. And you keep Drew out there. Interesting. You've got the 2 outfielders that right in the middle. They'll pinch. They'll give the lines, obviously. So Cabrera up here with a chance to win this ball game, and he's going to look for a pitch he can elevate.
Well, his dribble at times... Well, not at times. He's a very aggressive hitter when he's got runners in scoring position. Tonight, Cabrera has singled, walked, and scored 2 runs. Four in the bottom of the 12th. Winning run at third. Cabrera takes a strike. Mujica has thrown 15 pitches since coming into the ballgame. 11 of those 15 have been strikes. But the Indians have the winning run at third with 1 out. Cabrera with a drive to deep right field. Good night. The Indians win it with a walk-off 3-run homer in the bottom of the 12th from Asdrubal Cabrera, and they have swept the Red Sox. They have swept the homestand, and they continue to ride this crest of momentum all the way back to the 500 mark. Their 6th win in a row, and the Indians are 30-30 on the year. Wow.
I guess now well worth the wait.
You're thinking, just get a ball to the outfield, just elevate
sacrifice
one.
Fly.
Instead, Cabrera says, I'll do you one better than that. I'll hit one out of here.
Their 5th walk-off of the year. And boy, it couldn't have ended any better. Just like their last game when they were leaving. The last homestand, 13 innings. And they beat Detroit. Incredible.
As you said, Rick, well worth the wait. 2.5 hours worth of rain delay. And just past 2 a.m., just before closing time, Asdrubal Cabrera ends it with his 5th home run of the season.
Time for last call now.
No, it's time now for the key play of the game, brought to you by KeyBank.
Well, let's look at it one more time. He's looking to elevate a ball, and I'll tell you what, he gets a pitch to his liking. He's going to turn on it. He knew he was getting something off speed, and he knew as soon as he hit it, first, the game is over. Next, it's out of here. That is going to be our KeyBank key play of the game, brought to you by KeyBank.
Well, consider last year the Indians beat the Red Sox 1 time.
Right.
And they've already beaten them 3 here in 2014. So a big series as the Indians continue to claw their way back into it. And again, if you missed it earlier, the Tigers were beaten again. So the Indians are now just 3.5 back of the Tigers in the AL Central. The hottest team in baseball with their 6th consecutive win. Stay tuned for Indians Live. It's coming up next. For Rick Manning, for Katie Witham, I'm Matt Underwood. Thanks so much for watching. We'll greet you again Friday night from the Lone Star State when the Indians take on the Texas Rangers.